Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 6 here on the National Professional Fishing League from Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton and bass fishing veteran James Skinny Dog. He gave himself a new nickname yesterday. Worldwide Watson out on the water to bring you 7 hours of live coverage of the final regular season event in this inaugural season. Fat Cat, we made it. We're here. We're on day 2 of this final event. Can you believe it?
Cannot believe it. Against all odds, we made it, dude. We embraced the chaos and made it to the final event, man. It's awesome.
No doubt about it. And yesterday, Grand Lake showed out in grand fashion. Anytime you get in this September, October time frame, there's always talk, it's a tough bite. It's a tough bite. We're not going to catch them. We heard the poor mouthing from our guys, but they absolutely smashed them on day 1, especially that top 10. The guys we got to cover yesterday, we had a ton of fish catches on live. You're going to want to make sure you stay with us all day today because it was pretty epic yesterday for an early fall event.
Really was, dude. We had a great early morning bite, the top water, and I think top water went all day long.
No doubt about it.
That's one good thing about this event that the folks at home can look forward to is watching that top water bite throughout the entire day.
And if there's one thing we all love, we can all, we like to argue over different things on social media these days. Whatever it is, we can all agree that topwater fishing is the best thing in bass fishing. We're going to take a look back at some of those highlights from yesterday. We got off to a fast start yesterday. We're hoping to do that again today, but let's take a look at day 1 on Grand Lake. Our day 1 leader, Sheldon Collins.
That's a good one.
Did not waste any time yesterday.
Didn't disappoint, man.
One of our overwhelming favorites coming in, along with another one of our overwhelming favorites,
Absolutely.
James Biggs, who has a ton of big event experience here on Grand.
Won a lot of money.
A lot of money on Grand Lake, and he showed us why yesterday. You can see our anglers working several different patterns.
That's a good one.
One of the more unique patterns we saw yesterday, Fat Cat, Eddie Carper utilizing a jerk bait around docks, around shallow flats.
Yeah, he's not 4. He's probably 3 1/4, 3 1/2.
Oh, Mitchell Webb.
Mitchell Webb with the buzz bait yesterday. Mitchell was on the bubble of our top 25 cut. Of course, the top 25 in the progressive AOY standings go to our championship. Kind of slipped, kind of backslid yesterday.
A little bit, but
the catch of the day yesterday.
Yeah,
one of 3 catches of the day yesterday.
This right here had my nerves, though.
This was the David Dudley
I need to know
hot
the
mess.
brand of that line, though. That's what I need to know. Look at that. James Biggs doing big things, man.
There's a big one.
Sheldon Collins. This was a shot over the bow of all of our anglers.
Yes! Woo! There we go. That's what I'm freaking talking about.
We can see more of that today. I know we are.
Yes!
Like we said, if that doesn't get your just heart pumping right there, our final event, so much on the line, Progressive Angler of the Year. We followed that race yesterday. We're going to name this inaugural championship field, 25 guys, and then somebody is going to hoist the last beautiful shield, the regular season shield of the year, and a $50,000 one. I like those big, the Happy Gilmore checks. We give those out. I try to take
like a kayak fishing, like in 14th spot. If you get 14th place, you get the big check for $114.
Yeah, I'm all about a big cardboard check.
I'm all about that life too.
About it. Yeah, even if they don't take them at the bank, but somebody's going to raise that final regular season big cardboard check on Showdown Saturday tomorrow. Will it be Sheldon? That's just throwing you to the wolves.
Man, with the momentum he has and seeing how calm, cool, and collect he was yesterday, how he managed his fish and how he seemed to do everything right. And then, like when we went off yesterday at 2 o'clock, he was sitting on 14.5 pounds, came to the weigh-in with 19 pounds. Like we talked about yesterday, guys capitalizing on the early morning bite. dealing with that midday lull and then getting back on that evening by that late afternoon bite. And it seems like it worked out well for Sheldon yesterday.
Definitely different bite windows we saw yesterday. We saw a few catches during that midday portion, but it started heating up right before we went off live, and then the guys in the later flights seemed to capitalize on another window that happened. That's why it's so important to not only watch NPFL Live all day, but to tune into that weigh-in to see how things ultimately shake out when things become official. But we're going to take a look at yesterday's weigh-in, where there were certainly some fireworks in Grove, Oklahoma.
Hey folks, we're here in Grove, Oklahoma, and we're about to weigh some fish.
16 pounds, 7 ounces, Brett Lewis getting it done. Brandon Perkins. 17 pounds, even right there, Brandon Perkins. James Biggs. 17 pounds, 5 ounces, James Biggs getting it done. Taylor Watkins. 17 pounds, 9 ounces from Taylor Watkins. Let's see some fish. Here for Sheldon Collins. 19 pounds even. Sheldon Collins getting it done here at Grand Lake Home.
As you see there, Sheldon Collins sitting on top, 19 pounds. And like you said, 2 p.m., we go off live. We're estimating him around 14, 15 pounds. He was cool, calm, and collected. He was done. Talking to him last night, he's like, well, I slid back out to that first spot where I caught a couple big ones, was able to cull a couple more times. So he's got some interesting things going that I think are going to be really strong on day 2. Can't wait to get out on the water with him and check that out. But for me, Brandon Perkins, super strong day 1 performance. James Biggs, Taylor Watkins, he came basically out of nowhere yesterday on our Way Live tracker, our unofficial leaderboard. In that last couple of updates we made yesterday, Taylor just out of nowhere. So he got stronger as the day went on, which is impressive for me. Can't wait to cover Taylor as well. But let's take a look at that unofficial top 10, man. Or the official top 10 coming in from yesterday, going into day 2. We have got some hammers that we're going to cover. And, of course, these top 10 anglers are who we're going to be on the water with these NPFL Live cameras today. Sheldon Collins, like we said, on top, 19 pounds, which if you are a bass head, a true tournament angler, 19 pounds in the fall is no just small feat, right? So 19 pounds, great stringer from Sheldon Collins. Taylor Watkins, James Biggs, Brandon Perkins, the AOY leader, he said, not today, boys.
Oh, no.
Not today.
Yeah, he's thirsty.
Put his foot on the gas yesterday.
Absolutely.
Brandon Perkins. Brett Loomis, a new angler for us as far as coverage on NPFL Live. We have not had the fortune of being in his boat. We're going to get to spend some time with him today. Can't wait to see how it's shaking out for Brett out there on Grand Lake.
Yeah, he's typically a smallmouth fisherman from New York. He's all about that smallmouth game. He's done well with the smallmouth this year. But to see him out here jacking these greenbacks is a good thing, man. I'm happy for him.
It is. It's not the tournament you would really pick Brett to be a favorite, and you think Winnebago,
more deeper water, offshore, gin clear water, but he's up there fishing shallow. We saw where he was fishing earlier. It's interesting, man. He's mixing it up. Change it up, and he's finding his rhythm.
Somebody that we're not surprised to see in this top 10, though, John Policini from Mississippi. He is a river rat. He loves getting as far up the river, as far up a creek as he can. Had a great day 1, mixing it up shallow with spinnerbait, topwater, buzzbait.
And it's funny because not 2 spots we're going to get them. William Fletcher, those 2 guys are fishing close to each other, the same kind of stuff. The style of fishing they like, they want to see their trolling motor kicking up mud.
That's right.
And that's what they're doing right now.
The big question will be, will they cancel each other out, right? They're fishing a lot of similar banks from what I'm hearing from some of our on-the-water guys. It seems like they're sharing water. But Paul Browning, William Fletcher, Bryant Smith, and Jeff Dobson, the local.
Bryant Smith is somebody you talk about a lot, man. You definitely are.
I have a man crush on Bryant Smith for sure. He is somebody that he's a West Coast guy. Some of the West Coast veteran pros that I know, like Cody Meyer, a guy I think a lot of, he told me the first of the year, he said, let me tell you something. You better watch Bryant Smith. Got off to a decent start at Eufaula, but man, since then it's just been he is absolutely always around, and he has been in that top 10 of the Progressive AOY for the last few events, and I think he made a big jump in that Progressive AOY yesterday. We had some shakeups in that Progressive AOY, to say the least.
Absolutely, it's man. At this event, though, we got time for those guys that can come back. But, yeah, we got some guys that we thought we would see up there that are They got their feelings hurt a little bit on day one.
Yeah, the biggest for me, of course, Brandon Perkins right there, 23-point lead, though this is updated after day one. If the tournament were to end right now, so this is unofficial, of course, but if the tournament ended right now after day one, this is what it would look like. Brandon Perkins on top by 23 points over Keith Carson. And Keith had a good day, a decent day, 11 pounds, quick limit, but just not enough. Perkins put his foot on the gas, 17 pounds, got himself a little breathing room. They were only 4 points separating those guys yesterday. Now 23 points. It's not a mountain, but if Perkins is catching them again on day two like he did yesterday, it could become a mountain going into Showdown Saturday for sure. But right there, my man, Chris, Brian Smith, third place now. Him and Carson only 5 points. He's only 28 points behind Perkins. I'm going to say this, and I'm not a guy trying to build drama. I'm not that guy. But I will say this. I learned my lesson at Winnebago. David Gaston was our Angler of the Year leader coming into that. And he laid up a blank.
Nothing's a sure thing, right?
Nothing is a sure thing in bass fishing, whether it's mechanical issues. Fish can just not bite. They can move. They can do different things. So nothing is anywhere near over with yet in this progressive AOY race. Of course, Joel Wheeler in fourth place. Jay Wheeler, one of our most consistent anglers on the NPFL this year, showed that again yesterday.
Absolutely.
Taylor Watkins made a huge jump, though, 10th place all the way to 5th. John Hookup Soakup backslid a little bit. Only a 7-pound day yesterday. Only had 4 fish. Are you surprised by that?
I am surprised, but I'm hopeful. I think he'll bring it together. We'll see a different Soak-Up today.
I think we'll see a big adjustment from John. He's got a lot of history here. We'll see some fireworks. Every time you count John out, he's like Hulk Hogan back in the day when the crowd he comes back every single time. Nick Pravanazak, David Gaston, Mark Schilling, and Timmy Reams, another name that the last 3 tournaments we spent a lot of time with. That progressive AOY starting to kind of take form, though, as we head into the last 2 days of this event. And we're going to go check in right now. We got word that Skinny Dog caught up with our day one leader and local favorite, Sheldon Collings.
All right. Hey, we're here this morning, day number 2, NPFL, stop number 6. Sheldon Collins had a big bag yesterday, especially a big bag in a single-man tournament on Grand Lake in September. Sheldon, are they going to come back up today? We got clouds coming.
Man, I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's Grand Lake. This place can humble everybody really quick. It could be a lot better today, or it could be a lot worse. It's just really hard to tell. But I'm just glad that I had a really good day yesterday and didn't lose the tournament on the first day.
That can be done very easily. I'm with you on the Grand Lake deal. You can have a big bag one day, next day, do the same thing, and it's not there. But you got some weather conditions this morning, and more importantly, you got to do something that most guys don't get to do at tournaments. You slept in your own bed. How important is that?
Oh, man, it makes it so much easier. You don't have to stress about traveling and spending a lot of money on gas and hotel rooms and stuff like that, and just being able to be in your hometown and get to see your family every day. That's what makes it great.
That folks that don't follow bass fishing probably don't understand the importance of that, and the fact is, too, how many of those sneaky little spots you say, man, here on my home pond, because you're on your home pond, I'm going to pull up here, I'm going to make 3 casts and we're gone. How many places can you do that at?
Oh, I can do it all over the lake. And yesterday I did it 3 times, and I upgraded 3 times doing it. So usually the home lake advantage doesn't really work out for a guy, but I think this time of the year it's a good time to live here and know, like, little brush piles here or there, certain stretches of docks where you can get bit. So
there you go. You got some formidable adversaries behind you, hot on your trail, but you got a good little lead going. Good luck today. Get after them.
Good stuff from our day one leader there and James Watson. And we are going to check in. We're going to take our first commercial break. We have so many sponsors that make the NPFL possible. And I'm getting word that we're going to hear again from Skinny Dog. He's getting all the love out there, Fat Cat. I don't want you to get jealous. The Skinny Dog is on the water. He kind of took your job.
I'm in here getting grapes fed to me.
You're good then. You got the red carpet treatment. We'll go to Skinny Dog. But we're going to get an update on today's conditions from James Worldwide Watson when we return with more NPFL Live.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first Follow event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
All right, here we are, Grand Lake, Day 2, NPFL. Last qualifying event before the championship. The morning started out a little bit cooler than yesterday, got a little more of a breeze going on. Expect cloud cover most of the day today with the possibility of rain. I sound like a meteorologist, all right? The water temperature is still about 75 degrees. We started out here and we caught up with Sheldon Collins, our Day 1 leader. He's sitting out here, just now seeing him make a few casts. He had something ball up on him. I don't know what it was. He's fixing a line or two. But the water conditions are going to be about the same. You know, actually, this is kind of clear for Grand Lake. Okay. Too much rambling.
Ooh, that was one. Come on, man.
Think we had some audio issues there with the skinny dog.
He's trying to figure things out, man.
I don't even think he had. I think he turned his mic. I don't know what he was doing. He was looking good though. He had the flat bill.
Yeah, looking good, like a
great.
professional. Dropping some knowledge on us. He gave us some insight on what's going on out there.
And from Watson over to our AOY leader, Mr. Brandon Perkins, who was trying to take that golden shield back to my home state, our home state, Tennessee. Go Vols. I get to say that.
Go Vols.
I got to go Vols out of you. I appreciate that.
I couldn't care less about
Well,
sports.
they don't play college football on the Potomac River. We all know that.
There's no college around the – we don't even know where college is where I'm from.
Of course, Perkins was 17 pounds yesterday.
Yes, sir. We are buzzing along, flipping docks. I came to an area I didn't start yesterday, but I caught a couple. And we got two. I put one of them in, and I just caught my second one. And I'm in a good area, so I hadn't put my second one in yet. It's not a big one. I got a 3 and a 2.5. And those are legit on my scale weights. I told my wife I'd be fairly honest with my weights, no sandbagging. So I got a 3 on the dot, and then it like a 254. So, and I lost a pretty darn good one on a jig. The morning's kind of playing out like I thought, as far as weather-wise and what might change and what they might bite and stuff like that. So we got a long way to go. Weigh in at 4:30, and we got to catch 3.5 basically. So we can get there. I think it's gonna be a good day. It's definitely not easy, but we're gonna keep grinding it out. We got a lot of time. And just rolling. I'm gonna try to cash in on the Brian Dowdy contingency plan this week. My hero.
Perkins is confident, and that's scary. You just hearing hey, it's going to plan. He's already got a 3 in the boat, and he's like, oh, well, it's not a big one, it's a 2.5. Listen, 2.5 pounders go a long ways, because with that stringer he caught yesterday, honestly, with that 17 pounds, it's such a shot in that Angler of the Year standings that I think he backs it up with just a couple decent stringers. He's got such a gap now over Carson. Like he can almost, if he just backs it up with solid bags, he doesn't have to, hit the grand slam. Now he can play small ball for the next 2 days.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Like, in Perkins, his mindset right now, is his mindset winning the tournament, or is he just focusing on those points, capitalizing those catches to get that AOY? Like, what's running through his mind right now?
He wants to win the tournament.
Is that right?
Yeah, he wants to win the tournament.
Then you're good. You're good.
Talking to him yesterday, both yesterday and the day before the tournament, no, he wants to win. Yeah. He felt like coming in, he told me last night, this is the scariest thing, and I'll put him on blast here on live. He said, I really expected to throw back 2 to 3 limits of 14 to 15 pounds.
Have mercy.
Like, he was expecting that. And he told me that from practice. He said, Luke, he said, I truly – I shook off. I had so many bites a day, but when I would set the hook, it was a 3+ pounder. So he's got a lot of confidence, man. And so he not only wants to win Angler of the Year, but that's what makes him so scary for me this week.
Right on. He had that confidence at Winnebago, too.
He did.
Like, listen, I don't know much about this place, but I can tell you the fish I'm on, if they stay there, I'm going to win this thing. I remember him being –
and then just narrowly, comes back on that last day, barely misses taking home the 50K there as well. Would have been back-to-back. So I think he's super dangerous this week. But from our Progressive Angler of the Year leader over to one of our favorites coming into this event, James Biggs.
Trying to hurry up, let them catch up. Well, 4 in the bag, hour and a half into the day. Good start. We are dirt shallow this morning, flipping and throwing a buzzbait. And then you can tell we're kicking up mud, and it's about 1.5 feet deep here. But anything up here is up here to eat. So the nice thing is they should be pretty aggressive. And I feel like that cold rain we had yesterday evening will help get these fish up here also. Should feel pretty good to them. I didn't realize how cold that water was until I pulled the cover off this morning of the boat and got splashed with it. I was like, oh gosh, that's a lot colder than I expected. So there's fishing isolated pieces of wood out here on this dirt shallow flat. And I didn't even check this in practice. This is the first time I've been back here. But it sets up right. It's fall and they want to move towards the backs of these pockets. And this is Oklahoma, and Oklahoma bass, they live shallow.
That's something to me that he just said that jumped out that I think will be a key, and a guy like Sheldon is in the driver's seat obviously with the lead, but has a lot of different areas he can run. But you heard Biggs, I didn't fish this yesterday, I didn't check it in practice. Having those options, I think, down the stretch, because a lot of our anglers are fishing very similar patterns. And when you're picking off these fish, it's not like there are 50 down a stretch of bank. It's isolated cover. You're picking one off a tree, one off a corner of a dock. They might not reload. And to see Biggs not in the same area we saw him start in yesterday, completely throws another curveball. He's already got 4 in the boat an hour and a half into the day. Like, that's, to me, that makes him very dangerous as well. And I think a guy like Sheldon that can move around, I tend to pick these guys over somebody like a Policini or a Fletcher that are sharing water, and they don't have that experience here like these two guys do. So very interesting that he would just go, yeah, well, I caught 2 big ones off of a marina yesterday, but I'm not going to start there again, and goes right here to this very shallow flat. Pretty interesting right there from James Biggs. And from James Biggs, we're going to catch up with Tennessee's second place angler, Taylor Watkins.
Well, not keepers, a couple of small short fish, not keepers. And I've had to catch some on a spinnerbait and a fluke. Trying to get a topwater bite going, but it's just too calm, I think. There's no wind. We do have clouds, but I hadn't even had a sniff, not even a bump. We're just cycling through areas. A lot of this stuff I've never fished before. I'm just bluegills trying to eat it. Just trying to search around. Yesterday, my fish didn't turn on until late in the afternoon, and I kind of feel like I wasted a lot of time in there in the morning where I could be productive somewhere else. So that's what we're trying this morning, is just try and figure something new out, try and find something new, and then here, I don't know, here in a couple hours or so, I'm gonna head in there to my main area, and hopefully they're still there. I mean, I know they're still there, but I'll probably just have to figure out how to catch them again. That's what I had to do yesterday. They bit completely different than they did during practice, so I just have to figure it out again. I know they're in there. They live there. I don't think they're going anywhere. They've got everything they need, and we just got to go in there and figure out how to catch them. So, yeah, wish us luck.
Yeah, you hear it right there again. Different area, switching it up. I think these guys realize, hey, I can't just keep recycling the same area. But we talked about Taylor in the intro. All day long, we get those Weigh Live updates when the guys unofficially, they put their, estimated weights in that Weigh Live app. All of a sudden, in that last hour, boom, Taylor Watkins was right there in our top 5 out of nowhere. And you heard him say there, yeah, they just turned on in the afternoon. I figured something out. And talking to him last night, he said it was completely different than how it had been in practice. Made an adjustment in the afternoon, and then it was just lights out for him. 17 pounds plus in second place. Trying a little different approach this morning.
He said he's seeing those bluegill. Those little bluegill are coming up, but if he's around the bluegill, he's around bass, right?
That's right. And this is a deal. You're not going to get 50 bites. You're not going to get 30 bites going down the bank. There may be one on an entire 50-yard stretch up there cruising around. Now they will wolf pack up, but there'll be maybe 2 or 3 of them in a little group running down that bank. But you're not going to catch all 3 of them most of the time. You catch one and they scatter. So he could get bit at any point as long as you're around those bait fish like a bluegill, like shad. There's going to be bass around this time of year. So I think he's smart in covering water and trying some different things. And Skinny Dog gave us a pretty good tip yesterday, and you heard Taylor say it's a little calm for topwater. He said the less wind, the less noise you need to be making. So
that's right.
It may be a little.
It's almost like Skinny Dog knows what he's talking about.
A little bit with topwater.
Yeah.
I'll give Skinny Dog that.
How about
James
that?
Watson, Skinny Dog, out there on the water. We're going to go from our number 2 pro here at Grand Lake over to the man of the hour, Mr. Sheldon Collins.
Alrighty, guys. Well, been a slow morning so far. The place I caught them yesterday morning, it needs wind really, really bad. They're still there. I seen a ton of fish. I actually got one off of it. I made a really good call, threw a jerk bait, third cast caught one. But now we've made a really big move. We're on the other end of the lake now. This is actually where I planned on spending most of my tournament, was on this side of the lake. Well, yesterday it worked out where I got to stay in a different area, and I caught a really good bag, a lot better than what I was expecting. So now I'm down here fishing a lot of fresh stuff that I didn't mess with yesterday. So looking forward to it. I'm going to be doing a lot of shallow fishing down here, flipping laydowns and shallow docks, stuff like that. And then on top of that, I've got some deep holes in this part of the lake too that I caught some big ones on in practice. So we'll go check them out. Heck, couldn't be happier with how we did yesterday. So we're just gonna have fun today, go fishing and try to catch a couple more big ones.
We had some storms last night. Does it change the way that this lake is gonna react and the fish are gonna be reacting too?
Oh man, it's really hard to tell. The water temp ain't dropped very much. I think a lot more guys will catch them today with it being overcast. As you can see behind me, the bait they're going nuts like they usually do in the evenings. So with it being overcast all day, I think a lot of guys will catch them topwater fish that they tried to catch yesterday. So you'll see the weights flop. Some of the guys that had 14 plus yesterday might not do so good today. And then the guys that didn't really catch them yesterday will probably catch them pretty good today. It's just hard to tell. This lake, like I said this morning, man, it can humble you real quick. And it could humble everybody too. So it's not just certain people that it will humble. But you just got to keep your head down, grind, and just keep on fishing and hope for the best.
Great stuff from he's a young man, you said, with an old soul yesterday.
And I was about to go to it, man. That's what I was going to go to. He's got that old soul. He's calm, cool. It's like he's been there, done that. He knows the routine. He knows not to get worked up. But it's easier said than done right now, my friend. Everything's cool now. He's going into day 2 at 19 pounds. He's leading. He's not catching him in the first hour or two. He's cool. I want to see if he's still not catching him towards the latter part of the day, if he's still this calm, cool, and collect.
No doubt about that.
It's got to take a toll on a man to be all that pressure on your home body of water and everything else. And each hour that passes without a bass in the live well,
That's right. That's when the wheels get to turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's when the wheels can fall off, to say the least. And I think for Sheldon, really interesting move. But he made a quick call on this. I feel like he said, hey, there's no wind on the starting spot where I caught him yesterday. I caught one fish there, couldn't get any more bites. Pulls the trolling motor up, goes to a totally different area of the lake. But he knows what he can lean on, what he can't. And he said yesterday, hey, I caught him on his place. That really talking to him last night that he wasn't expecting the offshore spot where he caught the 5-pounder. He's like, it's good, but I don't catch a lot of 5-pounders there. So that's when things are going your way. So that helped him not have to lean on where he's at right now. And I think when he's talking about fresh fish, a lot of these guys in this part of the world, they sink brush piles. Okay, I think that's a pretty common thing. Most folks watching at home, that they plant their own brush piles. And I'll bet before the cutoff, because we have an off-limits area, an off-limits time that these guys can't be on the water, I bet Sheldon put some fresh stuff out.
Oh, dude.
Those fresh brush piles really pay off. And I know he's talking about fresh water in general, because we see him here now. He looks like he's working potentially some schooling fish there as well. But they'll school over the top of those piles also. So very interesting to see, though. Just pulls the trolling motor up, rolls on, makes him dangerous. From Sheldon, we're going to go check in with the smallmouth guy that you really did not, you don't expect at Grand Lake, Brett Loomis. Loomis came into the event 49th in those Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Of course, the top 25 will head to Nickajack Lake in Tennessee for our first ever NPFL championship after stop number 6, presented by Omega Custom Tackle.
That's going to be a good show. Have mercy.
That is, in my opinion, the hidden gem of the Tennessee River. Doesn't get a lot of mainstream attention very often, and it's going to be a fun one there. Second week in November. Our guys are in for a treat, in my opinion.
I want to see Brett Jack one right here, man. He's had some ups and downs this year on the tour, but he's been keeping it together. Like I say, in this tournament right here, I'm glad to see him go out with the guns blazing.
Gives you that confidence rolling into next year.
Absolutely.
End on a high
little reassurance.
note. Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
You start
Absolutely.
questioning things.
Sure.
You're not getting checks like you want to. And look, he's 49th right now after day one in our overall standings. He's in that top half of the field.
That's right.
But ending on a high note is always important, I feel like.
We haven't seen many guys fishing as slow as him either. I mean, a lot of guys are just, like we saw Dobson throwing a jig, but he's throwing that heavy jig for that more of a reaction bite. He's just being more methodical and just dragging it nice and slow.
Perkins is fishing a heavy jig as well, just fast reaction
right,
strike.
Right, yep.
Going to go from Brett Loomis over to Mississippi angler John Policini, the Mississippi State Bulldog.
There we go. Oh, race car driver.
Oh,
he run that dirt track and everything, boy. Yeah. I think he said they would run late model. They've done it all, man.
I don't know what we're supposed to do. We got one in the box right now. Caught some shorts. I'm in a place that I came to pre-cutoff a long time ago. And I kind of think I'm hung up right now. I need to get out of here and go to another spot. This cloud covers allow me to kind of check some places that I needed to get out of my system. I check in at 4:30 today, so it's going to allow me to expand a little bit. My primary place I really haven't hit yet. Yesterday I went in there and looked at it. It was kind of clear. The water was cleared up. We had a lot of rain last night, and I'm hoping it muddied it up some. I'm catching fish on a topwater bait and a jig. Omega Bitsy Bug, I think is the name of it. And I'm in extremely shallow water. I don't know how I ended up doing this, but I did. And it's worked yesterday for 16 pounds. And I think today's gonna be a good day. We probably fishing to bust one off this log right here. I don't know, they're real scattered out. You'll fish 1,000 logs and finally run into one. And they don't hesitate. I mean, when you get it by one, they'll eat. It just takes a lot of just takes a long time to get it in front of one.
I was going to let him pick my lottery numbers if he.
On a small fish today. I probably, I don't know. I think I've caught what, 5, 6 fish today. Only one kept. I didn't do that yesterday, but I am ahead of where I was yesterday. At this time. But I caught a 4.8 and I think a 3.6 on this next place we're going to go to. I don't know what that was. As soon as it hit the water, here it comes. Which the bass have been just holding it. They're not really moving. So it's probably a bluegill or something. I don't know. What do you think, Fat Cat? What was it?
One of the daggone paddlefish. That's what it was, Policini.
I like, so you're going to call paddlefish?
Yeah, paddlefish. Paddlefish love getting up shallow. They're probably spawning right now.
Yeah, just walling around those trees a little
about
bit.
75, 80-pound paddlefish.
That's probably what it was. Hey, we saw like an 80-pound catfish from Jeff Thompson yesterday.
Doubt.
So it could have been one of those.
Who knows,
up there.
man?
Be careful. Be careful up there, Policini. Don't fall in around those Grand Lake sharks.
I feel sorry for the fish. Policini's a bad dude.
Yeah,
he's a bad dude. He's that guy. He's seasoned. You get around him, boy, you can tell he's country as cornbread.
One of our favorite anglers out here to cover. We got to cover John down at Wright Patman Lake, our second event there in Texarkana, Texas. He was way up a ditch throwing a spinner
He's
boat.
a river rat, man. He's all about that
aluminum
life.
boat. Yeah, man. He brought an aluminum boat just for that tournament. It was interesting to see down there, John Policini. I think we're going to get to check in with one of your favorites.
Oh, yeah.
All-time favorites.
Oh, Luke.
Just because he's a Luke Bryan lookalike,
right.
Mr. Paul Browning from Arkansas.
Morning, Luke and Fat Cat. Everybody watching, how's everything going?
I love those shout-outs.
What's up, Bobby?
Good in the Paul Browning fishing vessel. I got 2 good fish right now, both of them 2.5 pounders. I lost one this morning. I had a little 2-pounder on a spook, but I don't think that fish is going to help me much anyways. It just helped fill the limit. But it's going good. Trying to change it up a little bit this morning. Throw top water quite a bit, and just can't seem to get bit on it. I know guys are doing it. I just can't make it happen, so going with the old tried and true and throwing a big bite fighting frog. I'm going to fish as many trees as I can. That seems to be the only way I can catch them. Hopefully I can get a couple big bites today. I'm due for a really big bag. You can only do this for so long and not catch a big one, so we're gonna run with this pattern all day. And we're gonna do it tomorrow too. So eventually big girls are gonna show up. The weather has changed quite a bit. I kind of thought the topwater bite would be good, but the flipping bite's been better than the topwater bite for me, so we'll keep running with it. It's gonna be a grind, it looks like. Fish as many trees as I can.
Man, that's that Arkansas River thing.
Oh, yeah.
He's calling his shot as well right there. Look at that. Paul Browning always upbeat, man.
Well, and he's doing what he loves to do. He loves flipping that fighting frog, and he's fishing all this shallow, submerged timber. He's doing what he loves to do, so I believe what he says. He's going to find that fat sack. They're going to turn on. And it's funny, too, everybody we go to, like they're saying, man, the water looks different than yesterday. but it's slicker. You know, yesterday we would see one guy be fishing a little bit of chop, you know, a little bit of that.
Oh,
the next
yeah.
guy would be slick. Everybody's slick as glass this morning.
It's definitely the theme of the morning has changed. I'm doing something a little different. I picked up the trolling motor, ran down here. Oh, I'm over here. I'm checking new water. So far, that's the theme here on day 2, early on day 2. And Paul Browning, we hope to see him again in our top 10 at the end of the day. We like Paul.
Yeah, I like the shout out. I like the love.
Yeah, oh yeah. Paul, of course, narrowly missed winning at Lake Winnebago, doing the same thing, flipping this Fighting Frog, but Buck Mallory was able to put it together up in Wisconsin, and we called up with Buck to talk about his first ever professional win here on the NPFL.
When your game plan actually comes together and you work that hard, the win is the pinnacle. It was a dream come true.
14 pounds, 3 ounces, your new leader, Buck Mallory.
I'm really excited about it. My practice is going very similar to the way that it did when I was in Winnebago. Fishing similar things, similar game plan. I'm using my live scope more than just my eyes here. In Winnebago, I was using my eyes. But I'm actually working my live scope around docks to see the submerged brush piles and such that people put in here for like crappie fishing. And it's giving me targets. I feel like I fish better when I can fish targets. I really need to catch them pretty good here to make the championship. I'm sitting, I think, 33rd. And mathematically, I'm sure like a 20th place would do it, but I'm not fishing for 20th. I'm swinging to the fences a little bit here, seeing if I can maybe stick a top 10 or better. I'd love to see myself double back up and win again. It would be unreal. It's a high end of pressure, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work with that. I'm trying to build off of it and just stick with my confidence. You know, my strengths and everything that I'm really, really confident with is what I'm doing here. And I think that's going to help me a lot.
Hey there, Fishing World, Wood Shaking, Fat Guy Newton coming at you from Honey Creek Barbecue. This place is wall-to-wall, treetop tall, about to have a sample of the sample platter. They got the brisket, they've got the ribs, they got the pulled pork, the sausage, nana pudding, baked beans, but they've got more than that. Monday nights, they've got sushi. Friday nights, they've got smoked prime rib, Bobby, and they do an Oklahoma version of a Philly cheesesteak. Instead of using that fake, weird, shaved-up meat, they use brisket here at Honey Creek Barbecue. They got a little bit of everything, so make sure you come check them out here at Honey Creek Barbecue, Grand Lake.
Welcome back to Grand Lake. John Policini, the Mississippi Bulldog.
There's got to be a shoreline right to his left. He doesn't know how to fish open stuff.
No. He's definitely throwing at a flat. Here's some top water going down again.
Yeah. It's been a popular sound this week.
It's always a popular sound in my heart, Fat Cat. I hear that in my dreams.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm more a fan of the kadoosh.
Yeah.
There we go. Now I see that shallow wood out there.
From Policini, we're going to check back in with Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. Perkins, the winner of stop number 4. Pickwick Lake champ there in Counts, Tennessee. One in front of the hometown crowd, the biggest weigh-in crowd we've had all year.
It was amazing.
The energy was awesome.
It was amazing.
Perkins has a unique style around these docks with that jig.
Very much so. Nope. There it goes.
Ain't as big as I thought. He ain't as big as I thought. That was like a 5-pounder, man. He's like a 2.5. Stop.
Another one of those bookends, though, those foundation fish, I call
The
them.
other way, apparently.
I mean, he gets 5 of those in the box. He's in good shape, right?
Yes.
3 pounds bigger than it is.
You know, I talked yesterday about him being a line watcher.
Yeah, that's right.
And talking with him last night, that's certainly the case. That jig is free falling. He said it's the most fun way to fish a jig, in his opinion. And he said he's going from watching that line, and you see how quick he sets the hook. All he's doing, he's not feeling those fish at all. He's just visually watching the line jump when they take the jig, and then he just goes to kill mode.
Yeah, I mean, you watch him skip the jig, and as soon as he skips it, he's pulling line.
Rod tip down to the water.
Tip down, point it towards the lure. Yeah, man, it's a very unique method, but it's very, very effective.
Well, most of the time when you think about that jig, you got your rod up at like 12 o'clock.
Let's go pin it.
That one pulled harder than anything I've caught since I've been here.
Wait, live tracker.
He's doing it. He's updating it.
But
for
you were
us.
saying if you don't strip that line out, you get that more of a pendulum swing, right?
Come back to you. Yeah,
Right.
you want that bait to fall, and with that fast jig, he's wanting that to just absolutely fall vertically with no angle at all coming back to him, and that thing falls by those fish on the end of those floating docks, and then they can't handle it. It's a reaction bite every time. And we saw, if you're just tuning in, we saw this from Perkins a lot yesterday, and he goes from rod tip down to it's a fight real quick.
Yeah, to crossing eyes,
Yes.
jacking jaws, ripping lips. Yeah, that hook
It's a
set
lot
is
of fun to
stout.
watch. We're going to see a lot more of that.
Look at that.
From him over the next 2 days. Perkins is on those docks, and somebody that we saw around some docks yesterday but has changed it up this morning, Mr. James Biggs, our third-place angler coming into day 2. We saw Biggs with the buzzbait program during the middle of the day yesterday make a crucial call. Saw him working docks as well.
I didn't know he knew how to use a bait caster.
We do see him finesse fish a lot.
Man,
Look how shallow that fish was.
Yes, sir. Right there where it should be, too, on that piece of wood, right?
Biggs with 4 fish this morning early.
Man, Biggs doing big things, man.
You know, Fat Cat, his name is not James Smalls.
That's true.
Number 3, 3-pounder. That gets to go on the big side. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
I had looked at the Way Live Tracker app, and I was wrong. I was looking at something else. I thought he had 4 fish. That was his 3rd there.
What's wild is that fish didn't hit the buzzbait. I threw it by there twice, and it didn't bite the buzzbait. First cast with the Texas rig. Just goes to show when a piece of cover looks right, give them a few options.
It's good stuff right there.
Hey, he's fishing for the W here, and he's also fishing for those points coming to day 2, setting the 17th in the Progressive AUI. Trying to capitalize and make sure he makes that top 25.
Biggs has had an up and down year, but finds himself in that championship cut, which is the goal for all of our anglers. You know, at the first of the year, they all want to win Angler of the Year, but more importantly, they all, you know, we take 25 guys to that no entry fee championship. They all want to be a part of that, and it's an accomplishment.
Oh, another good one.
The same tree, James Biggs.
Story number 2, if you see a piece of cover that looks good and you catch one, throw back the same spot. Because sometimes there's more than one sitting there.
We saw that in Winnebago, didn't we?
We did a lot. Magic trees.
That's right.
If you're just joining us for the first time on NPFL Live here at Grand Lake, stop number 6, presented by Omega Custom Tackle. James Biggs loves purple.
Oh, big fan of the color purple.
Big fan of the artist Prince. Purple Rain is his theme song at the weigh-ins.
Purple Rain.
We're going to get pulled from the.
We will. Copyright
infringement.
Takes a real man to wear that much purple, though.
He goes on a little side. We got one lonely little coal bubble left, and it's 8:15. So a little over an hour in the morning. Good start. Go ahead and track that one. Thank you, Lord. All right, 7-3. Good start. I think I need a fresh worm. They discontinued this worm. It's a Zoom forktail. I don't know why everything good has to be discontinued, but it does.
Do you agree with that, Luke?
That everything good has to be discontinued?
Yeah. I mean, we saw what...
No, just not enough people throw it, because it must not work.
Carson was throwing a $175 discontinued lure yesterday.
It does seem like that happens. The good ones are the ones that not everybody throws, you know? Going to leave James Biggs now and check back in with Brett Loomis. Brett is...
Oh, he's fishing on ice, fishing glass. Got slick. I wouldn't expect Grand to look like that. I mean, I thought the wind always blew in Grand. There we go.
Spot.
Little square bill action.
That's a spot. Oh, didn't make the team.
Ooh. Yeah, because spot's got to be 14 inches, right?
14 across the board on largemouth and spots here this week.
He seems to be pretty dialed in. He's only got five rods on the deck compared to some of the other guys with 15, 20, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, it's been an action-packed morning again. Before we went on live this morning, we were hearing reports of fish catches, so we're going to take a look back at some of those highlight catches on day 2, Grand Lake, Grove, Oklahoma.
Let's do it.
John Policini early this morning. I believe Fat Cat Newton would say jam and steel.
Oh, that's right, boy. Cranking reels on jam and steel. Look out.
Bride Smith.
As your boy.
Made a big move in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings yesterday. Utilizing top. Ooh. Brandon Perkins with the buzzbait. William Fletcher with the buzzbait.
Yes, sir.
An old slack liner.
There ain't going to be
Brandon
a dock
Perkins.
in this body of water Perkins ain't fished, I don't think.
Our day 1 leader, Sheldon Collings. Hooked up this morning and said he made a key adjustment, caught that fish, but then left that area, go change things up. James Biggs bringing that purple rain to Grand Lake this morning. He was in 3rd place coming into today.
I'd have a
Biggs,
smile like that, too.
all
Oh,
smiles from Biggs. No surprise there at all, right?
No surprise. Having a great tournament.
James is upbeat all the time, and it is. This is a lake that it's not his home lake by any means, but Biggs has a lot of big tournament history here. He told me he's won over $100,000 on Grand. He's finished in the top 20 several times, so no shocker.
No. He said he's never finished under 20.
Yeah, outside of the top 20.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, says he's never in a major event here finished out of the top 20.
So when you hear guys say that, you're like, yeah, okay, we'll see what happens. And, dude, he's backing that up.
He's going to be there going into Showdown Saturday for sure, and off to a fast start. The fastest start we've seen out of the 10 guys we're covering today, which were our top 10, leaving that day 1 drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. The 10 guys we're covering today. Little slower start than what we saw yesterday, but
different conditions. There we go.
Absolutely.
Had rain overnight.
Yeah, and a cool rain, what Big said. You know, he said he got splashed in the face from his boat cover, and it was a cold rain. But let's take a look at that unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything will be unofficial until 3:30 this afternoon when that drive-through weigh-in kicks off at Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma there, Wolf Creek. Brandon Perkins unofficially on top of not only that Progressive AOY, but our standings here at this 9 o'clock hour on day 2. James Biggs, Arkansas's Paul Browning, William Fletcher, your pick coming into this event, sitting in 4th place.
Doing well, but doing what I thought he would do, man. Like I say, he hit his stride mid-season, has done nothing but improved thus far, man. Like I say, he's been fishing a long time. He fished a tour probably, 8-9 years ago. Maybe
veteran guy, yeah.
Fished that for several years. Family, you know, he had quit and take care of family and do other things, and then got back into it with NPFL, and seems that he's found his stride.
It's one of the coolest things about NPFL. A lot of guys getting a second chance at pro fishing here with the league this year. William Fletcher, though, in 4th place. Timmy Reams in 5th, a name that I feel like the last 3 events we talk about a lot. Timmy Reams, West Virginia angler.
Yeah, one good thing, if you guys watched the weigh-in yesterday, man, it was a surprise for him as he comes through the weigh-in with Big Al. Gets up on stage and looks out into the crowd and sees his family. His mom, dad, I think his brother was there, but it actually got emotional, man, because he didn't expect him to be there. They were actually able to show up for the final event of the season for him, so it's pretty special.
It's a family affair all the time here
that
at
support
NPFL.
System means everything.
Without a doubt. Sheldon Collings, unofficially, I don't think he's recorded his first catch. We saw about a 3-pounder from him there this morning, but 19 pounds in 6th place. Taylor Watkins in 7th. David Hoheisel. We saw David at the weigh-in yesterday. He was fired up. David's had kind of a rocky season so far. He's in the 80s in the point standings there, but a great day 1, and looks like he's catching a couple this morning.
Good for him,
out
man.
there on Grand. David Hoheisel, John Policini, and River Lee Another one of your guys. I feel like they're all your guys.
Yeah, well,
you spend so much time with these guys.
I do spend a lot of time with them. It's a lot of talent, man. And River Lee, like I said yesterday, he is a guy that's going to be doing it for a long time. That kid he's going to get better every season. He is. You can see the passion in him for professional fishing.
Of course, had an unfortunate event there at Wright Patman, or he would be in our championship field for sure.
How he handled that said a lot about his character. Like a pro, like Sheldon, it's that old soul, man. Younger cats with that old soul, they understand.
And they're obsessed with bass fishing, like so many of our guys. And that's what you have to be to compete out here. If you're going to hang with the Perkins and the Keith Carsons, John Sokups, Bryant Smiths, you better be obsessed with bass fishing, because these boys bring it every single week. And that Progressive Angler of the Year race, he could get a little more interesting today if Perkins is sitting on top like he is right now. He could be Showdown Saturday. We might not even bring up Progressive AOI
I'm going to put you on the spot. Is he going to – is it his? I'm asking you right now, beginning of day 2, is AOI his?
He's pretty dialed in. I'll leave it at that. He's pretty dialed in. You know, he's not scrambling around. He's not changing things up. He's sticking with a solid game plan that he was confident in coming into the event. He's fishing pretty scary right now. That momentum's a huge thing, man. Wins at Pickwick, second place at Winnebago. Unofficially has the lead here today.
Guns a-blazing in Oklahoma.
It's impressive. He's on a tear right now.
I agree.
And we've seen guys do that in the sport over the years. Perkins is definitely on that roll.
Yeah, the crazy thing I don't know if I was hoping to see, I want to see anybody win because I have love for all the guys. But John Sokup made a post last week, and it had both of his trophies he's won this year were on his boat. Then it had another one, an outline of one there. He had the potential to win 3, had potential to win AOI, could be in the championship, and to possibly, I mean, that would be bananas.
Potential to win 5 big shields this year.
Oh, my goodness, dude, to win all the accolades. He does have the skill set to do it, and he could turn it on today, and who knows what could happen. Like, he really could make a move. I don't think he's got AOI.
Well, we opened the show by saying Brandon Perkins, he could slip, but so far this morning he mashed the gas instead of slip. It's like he heard me. No, I'm not going to do that, Luke. He's giving me a hard time this morning, making me look silly. Well, we're going to jump back out on the water to your guy, William Fletcher. Fletcher doing more of the same. That buzzbait, we saw him at Pickwick with the buzzbait.
He's doing what he wants to do.
That's right. Guys were ledge fishing at Pickwick. Fletcher was buzzbaiting. Winnebago, buzzbaiting. Fishing docks, fishing chatterbait. He loves to live shallow. And I love to listen to that buzzbait.
Oh, man. We've heard some big blocks, some small blocks, a few 6-cylinder buzzbaits. We've heard them all today.
Yeah, so on the stretch, we caught them yesterday, but if you look around, the only break in the water is from boats that keep going by. So yesterday we had a good wind blowing in on this bank, and it had the bait and the activity up and shallow, and we had them positioned where we could catch them. Today, I need the wind to pick up, and then just bouncing around. I've got 2 fish, one decent one, one little one, and we're just out fishing. We're fixing to make a pass back through here, throwing a buzzbait, top water, see if we can get a reaction bite, and then we're going to make tracks up the river a little bit and go hit another stretch.
Changes. That's what we keep hearing. And yesterday we were supposed to get this overcast, rainy, and it was bright bluebird for the majority of the day until right before that drive-through weigh-in. It actually kind of cut the drive-through weigh-in a little short when it started storming there in Grand.
And for the people that actually watched that weigh-in, you could see that storm coming in.
Building. But this morning it's just that haze, that overcast, but no wind with it, so not really like a storming, raining kind of situation. It's just kind of hazy this morning.
And then tomorrow, the way the forecast looks, it's going to be it's steadily changing compared to it's not going to be the same body like many times this season. Come Showdown Saturday, it's not going to be the same body of water as what it was they practiced in. They were practicing in 90 degrees. Water temp was better.
Well, that's why I can't emphasize enough how impressive it is whoever wins Progressive Angler of the Year, you know, Perkins obviously with a big lead now. Versatility, and the guys that make that top 25 championship field, they earn it because these guys get here on Saturday. They get to the venue on Saturday. They start practice Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. They have an off day Wednesday where they're not allowed to be on the water, so conditions can change then. Then the tournament starts Thursday. So you're seeing a lake change in 7 days. And, you know, summertime tournaments, take Pickwick, for instance.
Fish get up shallow unless they got some wind on them right here in this spot.
You're not going to see a huge change day to day in the summertime, but in the fall, in the spring, you know, things change constantly. So these guys, polar opposite conditions.
Because the fish are already in the middle of that transition, right? That fall transition. So
they move constantly. I want to go from Fletcher over to Mississippi's John Policini, who's fishing the same general area as our man, William Fletcher.
Yeah, I think they're having a good time. That's for sure.
Listen to it.
Oh, yeah. So, plop. Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming at you live, John Policini. His sock game is strong, folks. I don't know what emblems are on his socks, but I need to get some of that.
He's all about
I'd like
that.
to see him pulled up a little bit higher, though.
Don't do that.
You got to stop setting the hook in the studio.
Bro, I'm sorry, dude. I'm not used to it. I'm getting hyped. Golly.
That took me out with that one. That was a great bite.
Don't do that.
Our angler's not allowed to use a net on the NPFL, so this gets a little tense.
Watch out for them trouble hooks.
Trouble. Good one for Policini.
Tell you what, landing a fish with somebody else in the back of the boat is new. Yeah, it is, isn't it? She got it good, too. Go in this thing, Brian. I'm in trouble.
Nerves, man.
Fish like that on top water will get you a little nervy.
Fat Cat, how you like those pliers, baby?
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I like them things. Golly, about 4 foot long. I don't know, what are you using those for?
In case you need to grab a snack off somebody's dock when you're coming by.
In case you have one of those, listen, 60-pound catfish swallow one, you can reach down there and get it, I reckon. I would use those things for roasting hot dogs, something like that. Use them for more like tongs.
$213.
Not too shabby.
No. Might get rid of it.
John Policini definitely fishing to win. Came into the event 72 in the progressive AOI, so he didn't care about points right now. He just cares about pounds.
One of the coolest boats that we have on the NPFL, too.
Oh, yeah.
No carpet, because carpet might slow him down a little bit. He can't have all that weight. He likes to go fast.
Oh, yeah. Like I say, he was a race car driver, man. He drove a race car for years.
Like it. Whoo.
That feeling, man.
Something about when you get that limit, just the weight of the world, just you know, you can like kind of relax.
You're definitely on a good pace for 9:09. That's 2 in the bag.
Yeah.
He's an angler too.
I'm ahead of yesterday. That's the only thing I can gauge it on.
He's been a help, too, on tour, man. When we've been traveling, we've had a few guys have issues. Jeff Barth had issue with one of his props at one of the tournaments. And, hey, he loves to work on stuff. Pulled up like he had a daggone service truck, had all the tools, did everything, man. He was hyped to do it. But he's been a huge asset this year for the league, and he's definitely helped some anglers out.
and a great guy to be around out there on the tour, to say the least. And Fat Cat, all this, of course, the fact that we even have a tour made possible by the fine sponsors of the National Professional Fishing League. We're going to check in with them right now, and on the other side, we'll see you with more Grand Lake live action.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing, is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Grand Lake, stop number 6 here on the National Professional Fishing League in this inaugural season, presented by Omega Custom Tackle and the California Kid. Bryant Smith made a big move yesterday up into 3rd place in that Progressive Angler of the Year race. And he has Since the Harris chain, really, we have spent a lot of time on NPFL Live with Bryant Smith.
And with us being a new organization, we're hearing a lot of things about all of our new anglers, but like we talked about, you touched on earlier, he's one of the one we've heard the most about from where he fished previously, right?
No doubt about it.
You were getting a lot of good insight, a lot of good word about him. Like you said, Cody Meyer was like, that's a guy you got to watch. And sure enough, man. And he's such a cool cat. He's a laid-back dude, like, handles everything well. He handles adversity very well because we saw a piece of that early this year.
Yeah, and had we not seen that, this AOY race would maybe be even a little tighter because he would have had a higher finish at Winnebago. He had a culling error, made a cast with 6 fish in the box, self-reported. Of course, it's a harsh penalty. Takes the penalty right on the chin, comes back out the next day, catches him again, but finishes a few places behind where he would have had he not made that costly mistake. And he still finds himself in 3rd place after day 1 of this event. 28 points behind Brandon Perkins. Bryant made the top 10 there at Pickwick, the event that Perkins won. But he's been one of our anglers this year that's just been so versatile. No matter where we go, he does something different. And I think that speaks to that West Coast fishing style. Those guys out there, California, they have so many different fisheries all over that state. Makes guys like Bryant very dangerous. Luis Fernandez, another one of our West Coast anglers, he's in that progressive AOY top 25 as of yesterday. Slid up there.
Yes, he did.
For the Nickajack
Bass
Championship.
Warrior.
The Bass Warrior. Luis Fernandez, another one of our West Coast anglers. From Bryant Smith over to the man he's trying to run down, not only in this tournament, but in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. Little click-clack.
Yep. Welcome back to the Brandon Perkins Show. Show everybody how to fish docks.
Oh, that one fall back, son. He's feeling it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
14 inches.
Oh, yeah, all day. He's just not used to catching anything under 3 pounds at this point. For the last 4 events, he hasn't seen anything shy of a 3-pounder. So he's like,
Man, he'll be over here mooching my fish here in a minute.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, shots fired. Tennessee on Tennessee fire right there.
Good cat right there.
They got a lot of history together?
Oh, yeah.
Big, and we'll go with 4 ounces.
180.
170.
Close.
That was a good guess.
Stinks to have 2 curl tags. Come on, guys.
Yellow is the bad.
Earlier, he was talking about how he promised his wife he wouldn't sandbag. Why do so many anglers sandbag?
Not have 6. Now my tennis shoes are soaking wet.
I think it's one of those, you have this fear, okay? Even if you're a seasoned guy, you've been doing it a long time, you never want to say that you've got, okay, I got 17 pounds and come in, and for some reason it's 15.
Yeah, okay.
It's terrifying, but then it's like poker. You see a guy on the water, hey, man, you having a good day? Yeah, man, yeah, I got like 10 pounds. He doesn't, you don't want to show that hand. So I think that spills over even to when you're telling your family and friends about it a little bit. Everybody kind of, they hold it close to the vest, man. And it's like that. There are so many guys.
I get the part about saying, hey, I got 19, you come in, you got 17 or 15. I get that.
Guys are scared of that. Some guys do it. It's just a
head game, right? Just a mess.
And I think it's a head game with yourself a little bit, because if you get comfortable, You're like, I got 19. I'm on cruise control. You never want to think that. You always want to think, I got to have another bite. And as fishermen, we're never satisfied, right? So I think there's part of that plays into it. It's a little internal struggle that makes you stay hungry all day long. Now, there's some days where you're like, all right, I got it.
Yeah,
we're good.
I don't know that feeling.
Yeah, we're good. Neither do I. But I'm sure Perkins has had that feeling several times this year.
He definitely had it at Pickwick. Seems like he's back into that feeling right now, too.
I think there are several factors that go in. And I think, some of these guys are just liars. Let's just call it what it is.
David Guest.
Yeah, David Guest.
Love you, David.
David Gaston with a 2-pounder. He just called a half-pound bass. Seen that a few times this year. I've been around a lot of sneaky fishermen over the years. Fishing the FLW Tour for years. Brian Thrift was notorious.
Yeah,
and he would weigh them. He would know the exact weight, and you would see him, and he'd be like, Duncan, I got like 9 pounds. He had 18. I'm like, dude, you're just a liar. You're not even a sandbag. You're just a bad liar.
But one of the greatest fishermen ever walked this earth.
You need to get a little bigger. I like setting the hook. It would probably blow people's mind how big a line I'm throwing.
I want to hear it.
25.
25 pounds.
Like, I cannot pull them over cables without it. I've done tried that. I started with 17. I think you get more bites on the 17, but I can't get them in, so it don't matter.
It's interesting. That's heavy line. And what's funny about that is talking to Soko before the event, he's like, yeah, these fish are getting really line shy, and I may have to throw some 6-pound tests to get some bites. Meanwhile, Brandon Perkins is like, upgrading. Hey, I'm throwing rope.
See that whale rope?
Yeah.
Hashtag Lee Livesey.
I could take this same setup tuna fishing.
He was asking a homeowner earlier about that cable that they're tying the docks down with. He wanted to get that cable to use for fishing line, actually.
You have an extra spool of that laying around, sir.
He's got a winch. Never mind. I'm going down the wrong road. Let me back up. There's that buzzbait.
Yeah, I missed it. I sailed on me. Come on, Slippy.
Certainly seen a lot of buzzbaits in the last 2 days here at Grand Lake. No surprises there.
So is this a situation where he'll fan cast that buzzbait and then maybe do the same thing, follow up, fan cast something else?
I think he's just using that to cast behind the docks and in between the docks so he can cover water. But, man, he's milking this little point right here with this buzzbait. Then we see him back to the old standby.
There it is.
Goes back to the jig. I think he's just keeping them honest. He's mixing it. We saw him earlier today catch a nice fish on a buzzbait. He told me last night he made a cull in the afternoon on his way back in, just running by a bank, thought it looked good, pulls in, catches a 4-6 on a buzz
Have
bait. So
mercy.
that's when things are going your way.
Absolutely.
You know?
We talked
He's
about the stars line.
Yes, he's making great decisions. He's feeling it. Every decision you make, you've just got the utmost confidence behind it. From Brandon Perkins over to one of our local favorites coming into the event. He struggled most of the day yesterday, but was able to put it together towards the end of the day before that drive-through weigh-in to end up in our top 10 coming into day 2, and that's Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson.
We live? All right. So, kind of struggling this morning. My main thing yesterday that was working for the bigger fish did not work this morning, so we're doing some change up, going in search mode. Goal for today is just to get a limit in the boat, try to maintain top 10 for tomorrow. Pretty major weather change, and we're just going to have to adapt. Probably going to go out and fish some bluff walls and see if we can put some spots in the boat that, you know, there's some pretty good 14, 15 inch spots out there that weigh pretty good. I had 2 spots yesterday in my 14-pound bag, so that's the plan for today. I don't know if the rest of the field is struggling this morning like I am, but I'm sure some are and some aren't. Got to watch my daughter sing the national anthem this morning. That was really cool. She did a great job. Super proud of her. Not every day you get to see that. Catching quite a few fish. They're just mostly small this morning. Yesterday I didn't catch hardly any shorts. Kind of weird how that works. Speaking of which, I need to put that 7/8 ounce Omega Custom Tackle jig back in my hand, but I haven't got bit on it yet today. That's what I caught all my fish on yesterday. Need a little bit of wind to position them where I need them. I'm basically hitting them in the head with it and making them react to it, but I haven't been able to get that going this morning. Yeah, I know. That's one of the issues. When it's wind, it pushes them up in to the banks and stuff. It pushes the bait up there and positions the fish. Makes it easier to pattern them anyway. They're just, right now, they're just scattered really bad. was not a fish. All right, come on, man. That big old log's got to have a fish on it. Come on.
Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson, Grand Lake. He's got a lot of experience here and turned into a little bit of a catfish noodler yesterday.
Yes,
we saw him with a
did.
giant catfish.
He's about to make a move.
Something we saw a lot of out of him yesterday. Lots of different areas, lots of different pieces of cover.
He was also one of the anglers that said 56 pounds to win this. Everybody else is pretty much under 50. He said 56. And if Sheldon stays on that same,
oh yeah,
it could come to fruition.
From one local to our local favorite coming in, and our day one leader, Mr. Sheldon Collins.
Speaking of Sheldon,
I was calling him Mighty Mouse up there at Winnebago because he's a small guy, but when he swings, man, you don't want to be on the other end
oh
of it.
yeah, he'll cross their eyes, no doubt about it.
He's catching them on a frog at Winnebago. Some of the best coverage we've had all year. Just awesome visual blow-ups on camera.
Well, dude,
Great
his
camera work.
technique, his form, like even like when he'll make a long cast, just how he follows through and holds it like he's a pro.
Almost like he's born to be a bass fisher.
No
maybe.
doubt. Almost like he's there. It is.
There we go, boys. It's a good one. Thanks, man.
It's a good fish.
It
A
is.
bunch of them down there. Thank you, Lord.
It was only a matter of time, you know what I mean?
That sucker was out there deep. He was in like 25. All right, I'll work from here now. Thanks, sir.
Probably James Watson out there hollering at him.
Pounder out there that deep.
Were you expecting him to say 25 foot?
Not at all. I was expecting that to be a brush pile fish, honestly, in kind of a transition area. But
Very good sign.
like James mentioned yesterday, though, this water temperature is still.
5 or 6 of them sitting around that pile. I kind of stroke my, like, what I like to do when I'm fishing piles
is if they ain't eating it when you're just dragging it through them, I like to stroke my football jig over the top of them, and they'll react to it. Well, I did it 3 or 4 times and I seen him nose down on it, but he didn't eat it till about 10-15 foot later. He was out there in about 25 foot. That pile's in like 14-15.
So the fish just followed it out of the brush. He's fishing there. Of course, all that made possible by a forward-facing sonar. He's watching the action go down like he's watching television.
I love it.
Getting word that the Skinny Dog has caught up with Keith Carson to talk about that drop-off in the AOY race yesterday with Keith. And certainly didn't look like a struggle to us yesterday. Keith got off to a fast start, but we're going to let James Worldwide Watson break it down for us with Keith Carson out on Grand Lake.
All right, hey, Keith Carson right behind me right here, second in the points right now as it stands. He lost a little ground yesterday to Brandon Perkins, who gained some ground. All right, he's struggling this morning on top water bite. The wind, it just went flat. The cloud cover, it stayed the same. Should be biting, but Keith's struggling, catching a few little ones. He's struggling to get them in the boat. Got to get them to bite.
The Skinny Dog with a quick hit there. Keith Carson.
All business.
All business from Watson.
Worldwide, man. Come on, tighten up, buddy. I need some chuckles or something, man. Make fun of us. That was a bone, bud. I feel guilty making fun of him. I guess I'll just have to, not make.
You expect that back and forth with James, and he's all business. When he accepted the invite to be that on the water hammer out there for us, he's taking his job very serious.
He's doing a good job, man. I'm truly thankful that he was able to step up and help us out, because I wouldn't rather have anybody else out there doing it other than James Worldwide Watson, 60-year-old with a flat brim. It's awesome. I'm just kidding, James.
Over to Taylor Watkins.
Make it famous.
Second place coming into today. Tennessee angler. So 5th place in our progressive AOY after yesterday as well.
I have, maybe a handful of times. I'm on the water a lot. Maybe 4 or 5 times in my life. Not too bad, considering.
Over to James Biggs, 3rd place coming into day 2.
Couple of times. One time I was trolling across the cove. It was like February, and I was trolling across the cove. There's one. There's a good one. It's a good one.
The fish just interrupted him.
Yeah, I want to know the story.
He's number 5.
I thought he was talking about Bandcamp. He's doing work, man. Big's doing big things out here. Like I say, he's following up with what he said he was going to be doing. He predicted, like I said, when I talked to him in Winnebago, so I'm just trying to get through Winnebago so I can go to Grand and win it. And, man.
So far, he's on pace.
Guy's doing work. He really is.
And that's number 5. So puts us at, oh, not quite 9 pounds, but it's a start.
Got that foundation.
That's right. I guess that's the most important thing, right? Get those 5 in the box and go head hunt and upgrade from there. But just getting that monkey off your back, knowing you got that fully loaded live well.
We've seen Biggs with a variety of techniques in the last 2 days, and cover that he's approaching from shallow flats with wood to docks, fishing behind marinas. While James Biggs tries to chase down Brandon Perkins here on day 2, our unofficial leader and our progressive AOY leader. We're going to take a look at a piece that we filmed with Perkins to talk about what it would mean to win that Progressive Angler of the Year here in this inaugural season of the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you on the other side for more live action.
So right now I'm leading the points. It's pretty awesome. It was definitely a goal coming in, but AOY is always, in my opinion, it's a tough goal, toughest goal to achieve.
16
To say that I'm, expected this, no, but shocked, no, as well. But everything has to go right to win AOY. We got, this one right here, one left, and we'll see how it goes. In this inaugural season of NPFL, to beat these guys, to be the most consistent, because, looking at the results and the standings as it is right now, man, I have caught them everywhere we've been all year, and I've got a 4-point lead, so it's going to take me catching them again for sure, but it'd be super special. So I've been to Grand once, fished Costa here in 15 or 16, 15 I think, and caught them good, but it was in April, was sight fishing. People were like, you at least gonna know where to go and stuff, and I didn't even honestly know the layout of the lake. When I was here before, you could troll, and every 20 feet there was one on bed, so I never looked at any contour lines, any creek, anything special. I was just trolling and looking. So this is totally different, but I like Grand. I felt confident coming in. I have, like I said, never been here in the fall, but I have fished Ozarks and Table Rock and some of those, especially Ozarks in the fall, and I was hoping they would fish pretty similar, and from what I've seen so far, they kind of do. I mean, a jig for sure, a jig, a spinnerbait. I mean, if the wind blows, definitely a spinnerbait. I mean, it's Oklahoma, and I mean, I'd say some kind of topwater just based on the conditions. I'm not saying I've caught them on a topwater, but based on what it's going to do right now, all of practice, it's been hot and sunny, and 2 days we had wind. Today it's slick, but I think for the tournament they're calling for cloudy, rainy days. I feel like a topwater will play, but I'm gonna go with a jig, a spinnerbait, and a topwater. I feel like Big John's gonna jack him. I mean, he's an Oklahomian, so I really don't know. I don't know weight-wise. I feel like 15 a day will win me AOY, and I may be wrong. May take more than that. I don't feel like I'm safe, catching 12 a day and getting a check, just because the couple that are right close behind me are going to catch them. They catch them everywhere we go. So the goal is 15 a day. And I've had a good practice, but I know that conditions are going to change. And, what I pride myself in, and the reason I think I'm where I am in AOY is because I've adapted and I've been able to change in changing conditions. And, I just don't want to let the pressure and the stress of this situation and this tournament and AOY and all that get to me. I just want to go fishing, keep it simple, and figure it out each day.
Hey there, Fishing World, what's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Honey Creek Outdoors, one of the biggest tackle shops here on Grand Lake, Oklahoma. This place has it all. You need to come on in here. Guess what? You can even bring your family, bring the kids. They got a little area for your kids to play while you come over here and make it rain. You can buy the tackle. They've got guns and a phenomenal bow shop. They built this business on their archery game. You want to make some string music, whether it's with a rod and reel or whether it's a bow and arrow, you can come here to Honey Creek Outdoors and make that happen.
Welcome back to stop number 6 here at Grand Lake, Grove, Oklahoma. Presented by Omega Custom Tackle and Brett Loomis.
I just realized he has a handle on the wrong side of his reel. Did you notice that?
He's a lefty, huh?
He's a lefty, man. Southpaw.
I said yesterday that I go into most tackle stores and find all the left-handed reels and throw them in the trash so nobody can experience that. It's just so awkward for me. Like an out-of-body experience. I don't know what I'm doing.
Man, look how smooth that water is still.
From Loomis, we're going to catch back up with Paul Browning, who's our favorite angler today because he immediately gave us a shout-out.
That's right. No surprise coming from Paul, man. He's a people person. He's outgoing, business owner, and one heck of a fisherman. You see, we talked about yesterday him being the travel partner with old Hunter Bogman, having to deal with him. He said they became travel partners and started doing things together because they used to fish against each other, and Hunter would always take Paul's money. He said, well, if you can't beat him, might as well join him. Hooked up and started fishing together. Dynamic duo. I'm sure Paul's flipping that fighting frog right now. It's his favorite lure. He's doing what he said he was going to do before the tournament. He's going to go fish that shallow wood, and it's working out for him.
Oof.
Man.
Oh, there we go. 3-pounder, 3-pounder. I did my trick. I do it home. Yeah, baby. About a 3.25. Did a little trick I did at home, guys. They've been eating it really good on the fall, and I've noticed they haven't been doing that. So I actually kind of aggressively hop it really quick, 3-4 times. It comes up off the bottom about 3 inches, 4 inches, and then just kill it. And that's how I caught this one. So maybe this was a little clue on maybe I'm fishing a little too fast in my piles. Found it. Number 4, guys. That's a big fish for me right now. That gets me over the 10-pound mark.
Solid foundation.
Huh? Oh.
Four for 10 pounds is a solid start.
And he's no stranger to fishing under pressure either, is he?
Not at all. Narrowly missed qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series last year through the Opens.
You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. Getting in the nastiest stuff you can find. It's so fun when they come in the boat. You know what? I'm just gonna retie it. Don't take no chances. Line's cheap when you're fishing for this kind of money.
What you're doing right
Guys, I'm still doing the same thing. Just 25-pound Seaguar Braze X fishing line, Gamakatsu flipping hook, big bite fighting frog, and I'm fishing shallow wood. and I'm gonna fish as many piles as I can. I told Fat Cat that's how I was gonna catch them. I told my dad, my brother, Hunter Bogman, the guy I travel with. I said I'm gonna win this on the Fighting Frog, and I'm 1 bite away right now to moving up the standings. I think if I can catch a 4 or 5 pounder, it'll move me up top 3 for sure. I'm probably really only 1 bite away from just finishing my limit and staying in the top 10. It don't seem like it's fishing all that great. I've tried the top water stuff, it ain't working. But just slowing down and picking everything apart and fishing every little hole that's in the trees, it does good. You just grind them out.
Tell me about this area.
All right, what we got here is we got 2 rivers that feed this area right here, the Nisho River and the Elk River. And when it gets high, all these trees come down out of them rivers. And this is a big giant flat, kind of off the channel swing, but the way the current comes through here, I think it pushes all these trees on this stretch. I'd say this is a community hole, if it was me, just the way I fish. So what happens is these trees gets pushed in between all these docks, and the landowners can't get to them all the time to pull them out. And some landowners like the trees. I love the trees. I'm glad we don't have the same issue we had like we did at Wisconsin, where the guy was in the water with the chainsaw cutting it out. But it seems like the fish that I'm catching more consistently are in the 2-foot zone to 3-foot on the trees. And right now I've noticed that all my fish have come off the bigger logs, like you can see right here. We got a root ball, that's how I was catching them yesterday. They wanted to be real tight to the root ball. You almost have to throw it through the roots to get to them, and pray that you can get them out. You know, yesterday you seen that I had a 3-pounder wrapped up in the root ball, and I was able to get that fish out, fortunately. That fish was a big success for me. It helped my weight a bunch, and mentally, you know, when you start losing fish, it kind of wears on you through the day, and it makes it harder to do well. So it was nice to put that one in the boat, but they seem to be on the bigger stuff right now. They may later today if the sun gets up, which I don't know if it's going to. They'll start getting on the root balls, and then you can pick them apart even more and catch them.
That was a master's class,
man,
from Paul Browning right there. Good stuff. And it looks like a simple technique if you're just tuning in. Oh, he's just fishing wood. He's pitching that Fighting Frog around, but it's a spot within a spot on every one of these trees.
In a hole in the tree, and then you can move it over 2 inches, and you think you fish the same spot, but in these trees, everything's about angles for your bait. I mean, there could be 20 pounds sitting in this tree, and I've only caught one of them just because of the angle. So, you know, kind of work your way around the tree, throw it at different angles, throw behind you, just be quiet, turn your graphs off, you know, where you're not pinging. Keep your trolling motor on low. Try not to run into the tree if you can help it. That's a big key. You know, these fish are accustomed to everybody hitting and banging and being loud, so if you can be quiet and stealthy, I think you get you a couple extra bites, turn your day around.
That's great stuff right there.
We need Paul to do all of our bass tank breakdowns.
That is going deep right there, man. Really giving the folks at home insight on how to capitalize on these brush piles or just this submerged timber.
Oh, we got dogs over there too. Good.
What's that?
Yeah, dogs over there.
Oh, I said I was going to catch number 4 and number 5.
3.5 to 4 pounder I caught in practice.
James Biggs with the spinning rod out.
There it is.
Pocket-sized bass.
There it is.
Fat Cap, we are entering that 10 o'clock hour And there's been a lot of action out there on Grand Lake already this morning. We're going to take a look back at what these NPFL pros have brought over to Gunnell this morning on beautiful Grand Lake. Stop number 6.
Oh, the spook. I was worried about doing it.
The professor, Paul Browning. Tennessee's Taylor Watkins, little spinnerbait action this morning. Paul Browning. Kind of the Paul Browning show a little bit this morning.
He's taking them to the woodshed.
And they're solid.
I'm telling you, man.
When he swings, it's...
Oh, there we go. 3-pounder. 3.
The man of the hour, Sheldon Collins.
Go, boys.
Our day 1 leader here on Grand Lake. Our 3rd place angler coming into today, James Biggs. One of the first limits we've seen.
That's right.
Out of our top 10 today, Biggs moving up the leaderboard, and Sheldon Collins said they're a limit, so he hasn't updated his way live out. As we get a look at that beautiful sailboat bridge, Grand Lake, that runs right into the city of Grove, Oklahoma, our amazing host for this event. Sheldon Collins, you heard it there in the highlight, putting the 5th one in the boat. So things shaking up already. I think Brandon Perkins has probably got knocked down a few pegs there in those standings because Sheldon's saying, hey, this is my pond. This is my house. I'm taking back over the lead, and a complete flip-flop in techniques from day 1 to day 2 for Sheldon Collins so far.
Absolutely, man. He knows how to change up. It's his home body of water.
Right.
He checked the forecast. He knew what was going on. Like he's not getting shook. He's calm, cool, and collect. This morning when he wasn't catching them, he was still just, hey, they're going to turn on, you know. Just laid back, man, mellow. And next thing you know, we just hear you got 5 in the box.
Well, a lot of these Ozarks lakes, like Grand, like I'll throw Beaver Lake in there, Table Rock, Lake of the Ozarks, they do change day to day. They're very moody. Historically, you can see that in tournament standings. We heard Watson mention that this morning, the skinny dog.
The skinny dog.
We heard Sheldon mention that as well. Hey, this place can humble you. It can humble you. It can humble you. We've heard that several times, and he's trying to stay ahead of getting humbled. He's like, no, I'm not going to give in to that. I'm not going to stick with that day 1 game plan. I'm going to make a move.
And that versatility, being versatile, we've seen so many guys throwing that buzz bait, using top water, things of that nature. We just saw Sheldon pull one out of 25 foot of water. There's nobody else pulling anything out of 25 foot of water that we've seen so far.
Then we see him slide up on a dock. Then we see him throw a buzz bait around him. He's really keeping all things in play. And that just helps him even more going into Showdown Saturday because he can pull from all that. It's almost like he's practicing a little bit.
It is. And one thing we didn't, like you said, I think we touched on it earlier, we didn't come in the middle of the summer or when things were, I don't want to say stagnant, but we're in a major transition, which guys, like I talked about earlier, their practice, they could have been on something, but we are going through that transition right now. And Sheldon, being a local, knows where those fish are coming from, where they're going, how they're going to set up day to day because of the experience on the water here.
Without a doubt, and every day this time of year, the days get shorter. Every day that clicks off the calendar, they get a little shorter, and the fish know that, man. They feel that winter's coming. Even if that water temperature is not plummeting, they know change is coming. We got to move. We got to get set up where we're going to go feed up for winter. And they're starting to move and shake a little bit more than these guys are wanting to. We're going to take a look now at that top 10, the unofficial leaderboard. Everything becomes official. It's so important to say that over and over and over because we don't want, somebody's mama tuning in and going, hey, you said he was winning this thing. I never want to get that phone call at the end of the day. So everything is unofficial until that drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. But Brandon Perkins right now sitting on top with almost 30 pounds for 2 days. That Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Perkins. Sheldon Collins right there, second place unofficially. James Biggs, your man.
Doing big things, man.
David Hoheisel.
Hoheisel, man, it's good to see him up there. He had a I saw him catch him good at Patman. He was doing things at Patman. And Hoheisel, if people that don't know, the Columbia Fishing Expo, he runs expos. The guy is ate up with fishing, knows all about fishing. To see him get out here and get on tour and do things, I'm happy to see Hoheisel where he is right now.
Getting to mix it up a little bit, catch some fish. Had a rocky start to the season, but like we said earlier, ending on a high note can be so crucial heading into that 2022 season. Momentum is a big deal and a very real thing in the sport of professional bass fishing. Timmy Reams in fifth, Paul Browning, the Luke Bryan lookalike. Right. To me, is the scariest angler we've seen today because he's got a solid foundation. He's estimating around 10 pounds for 4 fish, so still an open slot in that live well.
He's feeling himself, too.
For sure. Doing what he loves.
Exactly.
Confidence.
When you can go to a body of water you don't have that much experience at and find a pattern that you can do what you have confidence in and capitalize on it like he's doing, yeah, he's a threat.
Yeah, he definitely, you can tell he fishes that way in Arkansas a lot. He is slow and steady picking those trees apart. We saw the Masters class with him there, the Professor Paul Browning, John Policini, William Fletcher, Eddie Carper, our buddy from yesterday. We spent a lot of time with Eddie. Had a great time with him. Oklahoma angler, knows Grand Lake well, fishing a little different pattern. But Matt Mollahan right there, 10th place.
I'm telling you, man.
Yesterday he moved up within, one spot of that top 25 Nickajack Championship cut. We see Mollahan there in the unofficial standing. So 10th place. Will we see Mollahan be able to inch his way into that top 10 because he started the day in 11th?
Right.
Will we cover Matt Mollahan tomorrow as he puts in his bid to make the championship?
If he does not have any boat problems, yes. For that dude is cursed with boat problems. He actually upgraded for this tournament and actually had boat problems during the tournament yesterday. Nothing major, but he did have issues, and it's just like you just can't get away from those little things that are drawing his attention off catching fish. But if he can get that out of there, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like the Gremlins.
We'll have a camera on Matt tomorrow.
I hope so because we haven't got to cover Matt this year. Matt's a great guy, big personality, to be fun.
Awesome
to
fisherman,
cover, and a great fisherman. I'd like to see what he's doing as well. I feel like he's going to be fishing docks because he's from that Lake Norman region. He fishes those Carolinas a lot, so I would like to see how he's breaking down Grand Lake. But right now, we're going to check back in with our unofficial leader of not only the event but the unofficial Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. Fat Cat, I know this is a shocker, but Perkins is on a dock.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm not sure he's even moved. I don't even know what's going on. I'm surprised people aren't out there bringing him snacks and Kool-Aid and drinks.
He has made a lot of friends.
Hasn't he?
I
Yeah.
see my jig falling on the live scope. There it goes. Ain't that big. He had me around the cable.
That man's dialed in.
Or around that cross beam. But
You can see it in his face.
I think he will might be cool.
Yes, sir.
Because he's better. Jig game strong. Randy. Alright, let's see. We're gonna go with blue. I think
Feisty.
A live well full of that TH Marine G Juice, the official fish care provider of the National Professional Fishing League. Fish care is of the utmost importance to us here at the league.
because I had one more.
A 1 pound penalty.
That's what I was about to say.
dead fish.
That's right. That penalty is to incentivize that fish care.
No doubt about it.
Run us down about them pool noodles over there real quick while he's there fidgeting with them fish.
Well, it's there to have a party in the live well for the fish. They like to party too. No, a lot of guys in the last few years. That's something you've seen a lot of folks start doing up on the Great Lakes. These live wells do not fill all the way to the top, obviously. So you have some room for sloshing to go on and rough water, even just in a run, and it can beat the fish up a little bit. It can move them from side to side. So they'll put those pool noodles in there to pad those fish just a little bit, keep them from hitting the lid.
Goes into that
like
fish
I say,
scale, right?
they do everything but mouth to mouth on these things, Sometimes I like to give mine goldfish. Yeah. Extreme cheddar.
Upgrade me a couple pennies.
While Perkins.
Band-Aid no more. That ain't no Band-Aid. That's a breathe right nose strip. And it is. Whew. That motor cowling got me.
Uh-oh. Full contact fishing here.
We'll get to get James Watson to run over there and kiss it and make it feel all better.
Liquid Band-Aid.
That's got to feel good.
Oh, it's got to be sanitary and all.
If you're watching any doctors at home right now, I would say that you're blowing up our Facebook feed with he should not be showing the public the fact that he's super gluing himself. But we've all been there in a bass boat. I was there last week, as a matter of fact. Fat Cat. Could have used some stitches, but opted for super glue instead so I could keep fishing. That it happens. While Perkins updates that Waylive app and that super glue dries on his finger, we're going to head over to Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson.
Big in fish on.
Dobson hooked up.
Barely hooked.
Send it.
There we go. In the boat.
Oh, that makes me nervous.
Now give that line some slack or something, bud. Please.
All right.
There you go.
Well,
crisis averted.
We're finally on the board.
A lot of history here on Grand. It's where he started his professional career here on Grand Lake. A lot of experience, a lot of holes to hit. Just because that's the first one he put in the box this morning, I don't think it's got him too
I don't know if you've
weird.
seen what happened there, but I was hung up. And I was trying to flip it and get it off. And that fish went up there and ate it and pulled it off. You'd probably see that in the replay.
Dobson mixing it up. Jig, crankbait, buzzbait. We've seen so many different things. Shaky head.
Yeah, I mean, when I talked to him right before the tournament, he said, I will be junk fishing. He said, my primary bait will be that heavy jig, the 7/8 to 1 ounce jig. He said, but I will be throwing a lot of everything just junk fishing because it's that time of the year, according to Jeff. He was saying practice was tough, but he didn't mind it being tough.
Barely hooked. Barely hooked. That was one of them I wasn't sure if I should boat flip it or not, but a lot of times if you mess around trying to get down there and get them, that's when they get off, so.
Notice the ribbon on Jeff's hat there. All of our anglers are wearing those out on the water to honor Donnie O'Neill and Skeeter Fowler, our two NPFL anglers that we unfortunately lost tragically to COVID-19 since our last event at Winnebago. And from everybody here at the league, we want to send our thoughts and prayers out to both the O'Neill and Fowler families, and we're sure missing those guys this week.
Absolutely. Heart is broken.
Dobson's doing a little cranking. We're going to leave him momentarily and check in with Brent Loomis, New York angler, sitting in 49th, the Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Really is the polar opposite of you, Fat Cat. Just doesn't say a lot.
No, he doesn't. And he's a whole lot smaller than I am, too. Better fisherman than I am. Look at him. There you go, Brett.
All bass have to be 14 inches to make the team.
He's not as good looking as I am, though.
Not going to make the team for Brett.
He sent that one home. Didn't make that 14-inch limit. But he's doing something we haven't seen many folks do yet either, right? Just fishing that rock bluff.
Like a lot more vertical cover
Right.
from Brett this morning.
He's around fish. He's around them. He's just not getting them to eat.
We're going to let Brett sort it out there on that bluff wall, and we're going to check in with the fine sponsors that make it all possible here, the National Professional Fishing League here. Stop number 6, Grand Lake, presented by Omega Custom Tackle. And we will see you on the other side for more live action from the city of Grove.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fisherman, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed. And we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back to Grand Lake. Shot there with John Policini, Mississippi State Bulldog.
It's funny. I just talked about Brett Loomis not fishing. I mean, fishing is something we haven't been seeing a lot of guys fishing this bluffs, and then we go to Policini. Where's he at? On that buzz or the whopper plopper? I wonder if he pulled that big one out yesterday. Remember that big one he pulled out for Watson? All right, I want to know more about what he's doing, though. Give it a bass tank breakdown. Break it down for me, man. Let me know exactly what he's doing out there, Luke.
Well, it's a lot like we saw yesterday with several of our guys. I think he's definitely focusing on fish that are keying in on brim. That's where you're seeing that whopper plopper. You're seeing that buzz bait come into play. And we've seen John all morning around shallow flats, shallow woods, shallower rock. This looks like a bluff. Just to the eye, but there's so much more that's probably going on under the water here. I would say a shelf. There's probably a shallow shelf right against that bluff before it drops off. A lot of these bluffs will stair step, so you get those fish. The reason he's throwing the top water, if you're watching at home, you may think, man, that looks like it's 40 feet deep. Why's the guy throwing the top water? Those fish will suspend off of those little ledges, but if there's a shelf right next to that bank, man, I've seen them get right against that rock, and the bluegill do too. So the bluegill and the shad will run these deeper channel swing banks.
You wouldn't have kept me.
They'll have a little ledge right there next to them.
We're gonna go find some mud.
That's more his speed right there,
Be
yeah.
careful what I'm doing. There's no chop. There's no wind. I don't know. I guess they just sitting out there suspended. They ain't up here on this stuff.
We heard Fletcher say that earlier. And on these tight banks, this is on the main river, wind does help position those fish. There's not a ton of current coming through the system right now, so wind will help position those fish up on these banks as well. And they're looking up. They're suspended. They're looking for those brim coming by. A lot of those shad suspend up this time of year, big balls of shad. So
I know y'all lonesome. I hear you back there. I'm working.
that's why the top water comes into play so much this time of year.
And with the way the weather's coming in, look at the the overcast. They're probably going to be able to get away with it. It's going to be a different day, right? With the forecast
Totally
coming in.
different day.
Because we talked about yesterday that forecast weather was coming in later in the day. And so we talked about guys getting a little wet right there at the end of the day. But these guys are dealing with these low sun and
I think they would take a little wind, though. We heard Watson say that with his Keith Carson hit earlier. Like, they need wind. It's slick, slick, slick. And for the most part today, that's what we've seen.
I don't think all of them need wind. Seems like some of them are doing just fine without it.
Yeah, I've put so much emphasis in that bass tank breakdown there on top water, but Brandon Perkins is like, top water? What's a top water? We have seen him catch a few on a buzz bait in between on some of those brim eaters, as I like to call them. But we would like to thank the Bass Tank for supporting the National Professional Fishing League, an Oklahoma-based company. This is home turf for them, Grand Lake. Electronics experts.
Innovators. I call them innovators, man. They really brought a lot of stuff to the forefront and changed how things were done.
Forward-facing sonar experts, to say the very least. So
Absolutely.
check the folks at the Bass Tank out. And I just want to listen to that plopper.
Me too.
Policini. We're going to go check in with second place pro coming into today, Tennessee's Taylor Watkins. Taylor started the event in 10th in that Progressive Angler of the Year race. Moved up to 5th yesterday after day one. Unofficially,
it's still
of course.
early, but it's just getting cloudier. And I can't believe I hadn't got bit on top water. There was one right there. Good one. Come on, baby. Yes. Ooh, we'll just keep doing this. Gosh, I hope he keeps. I said big one. Ain't no big one. Come on, baby, keep.
Is it a keeper, Luke? Yes or no? Hurry up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
15 inch.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 15. All right.
That's a healthy one, too, boy.
We just keep doing what we're doing. It's just now getting time, so keep on going.
Conservation culling clip on there.
Not very big, but it's been slow for the most part. I've had some bites, but just not the quality as I had yesterday. But we're just now kind of getting in the area that I caught them yesterday. And it's just now really getting time. I just don't know, with no sunshine, what that's going to do to them. So, I mean, that one was right where it's supposed to be, doing exactly what it's supposed to do, but wasn't quite the quality I was catching yesterday. But I mean, I also caught several like that, so that's a good thing. We'll just stick with it. Hopefully we'll just keep pecking away at them all day. Gosh, there was one chasing it right there. Dang. Chased it out from the dock.
We saw his hook set earlier. I was almost victim to his hook set at Winnebago. I actually got in the boat with him on Winnebago. If you remember, I think it was day one. And we're sitting there talking. We were around one of the docks, and he just jammed steel. And it come back about took my daggone teeth out.
That's a good sign. I mean,
good thing I'm agile like a dairy cow. I was able
I
to
don't know what the
duck.
problem is. I've missed several. I've caught several little ones. They're just biting it funny. They're not just taking it and running with it like they were yesterday. We'll just keep plugging along. We'll catch them. We still got a long day. We got plenty of time. And just slow down and be real methodical. Cover everything.
He can put that jig where he wants to, can he?
Great angler who's been around our top 10 in the Progressive AOI standings most of the year, Taylor Watkins.
These fish are suspended under these docks, I feel like. I'm not even really letting this jig go all the way to the bottom, just kind of letting it fall down there about 10, 12 feet, and then just start hopping it back. Usually they eat it just as soon as you put it under there, but I don't know, today I might have to work for them a little bit more.
Watkins tries to add to that live well. We're going to check in with California's Bryant Smith, another angler that we have spent a lot of time with so far this year here in this inaugural season, the National Professional Fishing League. Bryant told me he was going to be working a walking topwater, mixing in a buzzbait some, and also surprise fishing a jig on some docks.
Oh, yeah, shocker, right?
Ooh.
Mm.
I knew I was barely hooked. Oh, that was
So stupid, but it worked. One cast, they catch a
Barely
3-inch
had it.
bluegill. Next cast, they catch, I don't even know, 4-pounder.
Man,
Close if you ain't. Yeah, 4 1/4.
You're lucky to have that one in the boat.
Awesome. That was so cool.
Great fish for Brian Smith.
Slower today, but I think that made up for the slowness.
It's one of the better fish we've seen caught this week.
Inches of.
Did you think it was going to bounce back out?
I was holding my breath a little bit.
Man.
Because I saw it come off right as he swung it.
You got a big
Bryant working that walking bait, having a little bit of audio issue, trying to hear him there. And what he's saying is, don't be like me. Don't flip one in the boat if you've only got him by the back hook. But it's like Dobson said earlier, when you've only got him on that one hook, if you let that fish stay in the water too long, I mean, another second, he might have lost that bass. So it's 6 one way, half a dozen another, right?
It's all
like
about the heat of the moment,
yeah,
right?
You got to.
What you're feeling at that point in time.
He's throwing straight braid, so myself, I like bring him. Like if he's coming, you got that momentum. Even if he's just barely got that one hook, you better try because
I would just use a net. That's what I would.
And get disqualified.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's cool.
That's
Yeah,
the thing,
it's a tense situation though, like you say, especially when you're able to see them not hooked very well. It changes everything. But if he's swimming towards the boat, you have that forward momentum of the fish. You kind of want to capitalize on it and just bring him up and out. But if he's digging, then good luck with that.
There are different techniques. You've seen guys, they'll
And you're talking about two different rods too, bro. You're talking about that crankbait rod, having that parabolic rod versus that stiffer rod with the braid on it. Okay, he's on something.
Ooh, he's gonna be close. He's gonna be close.
You getting excited for your boy? You see him catch two fish back to back, huh?
No. That's not a problem.
Big Brian Smith fan here.
Rightfully so. Top-notch guy. Great reputation. Heck of an angler.
Good advice to swing those.
It's a spotted dog there. Not to be confused with skinny dog.
I saw you leaning close trying to figure out what it was.
It was so dark, it almost looked like a smallmouth for a second. I was like, I don't
You'll be on Fisherman's Central ordering those when this thing's over with. You'll probably be doing it right during the broadcast.
14.5 inch.
I was talking about the spotted bass, but that is a sexy dog top water.
Okay, gotcha. I thought you said spotted dog.
Yeah, I did. I said spotted dog. That's what a lot of folks call those spotted bass.
Excuse me.
Spotted dog.
I don't. We don't have the spots where I'm from.
He's in the live well. 4 1/4 and a 1.25 pounds.
Spots are like that neighborhood bully, man. They pick on everybody. They don't matter what size you are. Like they're coming at you.
Or what size they are,
yeah,
right?
They don't care. Yeah, they're coming at you in your face.
That was the ultimate goal going into this tournament. Is to get.
Brian dropping them in the box there, adding to that live well. We're going to jump over to our day one leader, Sheldon Collings. And he's got a little sunshine.
Yeah.
In more ways than one. Shining on Sheldon. He brings it. Just brings the thunder.
know if he's gonna help. He's bigger than that one. Gonna get all wet.
Between Sheldon and Brandon Perkins, I think they need to be wearing a wetsuit. They stay in that live well so much.
No. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and weigh these things. Put that one over there. I better do it now. Number 4.
Sheldon just steadily adding to that lead from yesterday.
Like I say, we saw him yesterday setting about 14.5 pounds. We went off air at 2 o'clock, but 14.5 we went off, and he capitalized that later afternoon bite.
Like we saw with some of our anglers yesterday, you can tell he's getting those scales locked in so he can see what that total is. He has a weight goal in mind, I'm sure, because, you know, it's a 3-day event. It's not going to be over with after the day, so he's got to, you know, he's making plans, and he's going to look at that weight and go, okay, now the next 3 moves are this based off of what he's got, for sure. We saw that with him yesterday. Solid bag already.
Yes, it is.
Sheldon. Early.
It was a slow start, though. It was, you know, compared to what it was yesterday.
Two and one.
You got to be really comfortable to do this, right? You have to have, a lot of guys are not going to do this, are they? Like what he's doing right now.
They're not going to take the time to do that, not at all.
There's just so much bigger.
Like I said yesterday, drives Dudley crazy. He's like, put him on a balance beam.
I'm over here itching. I'm with Dudley. Like, I mean, man, just balance and figure it out and go fishing. But that's not how Sheldon rolls.
He had a 2-pound lead, though, coming into the day. He already got a solid bag.
It's all about managing your fish, right? That's all it's about, managing the fish.
Multiple-day tournaments are just that. Fish management plays such a huge role in who ultimately takes home that trophy, more so than who figures it out the best. I mean, we see guys certainly figure out better patterns than others sometimes, but they blow their fish out maybe in a day or maybe in 2 days. But it's all part of the puzzle for Sheldon. He knows, hey, to get through Showdown Saturday, I've got to do.
It was similar for him at Winnebago, right?
Sure.
Running way up the river and fishing those frogfish.
Number 2 and number 4 are identical, according to my scales. But you know how that goes. So
you pull the beam out.
Might look like a waste of time to a lot of people, but
it did to Fat Cat Sheldon.
I was Team Sheldon. I feel like David Dudley over here. Yeah. We finally got the culling beam out. Me and Dudley are happy. So both of those fish weigh the exact same on the scale.
Back and forth.
That's crazy.
They're pretty much the same. We'll go towards number 2. He's bigger.
Yellow goes back.
Dealer's choice.
Okay. So leaf this one. That one can stay. And then
Now, he still has 6 fish in the boat, right?
Can't make a cast.
hey, boy.
Talk to him.
That's why I don't like catching little ones. You can't catch them in the live well.
They're harder to catch the second time.
Couldn't he just put him on a cullen beam right now? Or he's just weighing him to put him in so he knows exactly what he has?
Exactly.
It's a girthy little fella. Kind of like James Watson.
Skinny dog.
Skinny dog.
Smaller. Just beam them. Pain in the butt.
The nice thing is once he does establish who's who and what's what in the live well,
the
rest of the day, yeah, you're good to go. You're rolling. Okay, I'm going orange. I'm going yellow.
4 is bigger, barely. Okay. So he didn't help.
So I'd like to say all that.
And it didn't even help.
And it didn't help. But he knows.
And that's out of his mind, right?
That's right.
Clear conscious, can move forward. It's one less thing to worry about.
Yep, he knows what he's got in the box.
All right.
I like seeing that process, though. I like for the viewers at home to see what these guys are going through in this chess match on live.
About 11 pounds, well, 10 and a half, almost 11 pounds.
Solid foundation, solid start, because he's got 3 small fish in there. 2 good ones, 3 just decent keepers.
Plenty of room to upgrade.
Yes, absolutely. With a lot of time left.
That's right.
In his day.
Yeah, because he has a late check-in, right?
Yes. Sheldon sounds like he's on the set of the Alfred Hitchcock movie, The Birds, potentially as well.
Oh, yeah.
You think Brandon Perkins sent those birds after him or something? I mean, is that – who knows?
Yeah.
He's made friends with so many locals here.
Good point. And we heard the geese yesterday, maybe. Yeah, who knows?
The pet birds of Grand Lake.
It's a big tactic guys are using non-professional fishing. They're bringing birds to.
Listen, I saw Scott Martin send an osprey after Justin Atkins at the Forestwood Cup one time. It happened.
I thought we only had like 9.
Only Scott Martin can make that happen. Love you, Scotty Too Hottie.
Couple good ones.
So we're going to leave Sheldon with about 10.5 pounds there. So that's going to put him close to that 30-pound mark for 2 days. And we're going to take a look at another Oklahoma angler we caught up with before the event, John Hookup Soakup, 2-time winner here on the National Professional Fishing League in this inaugural season. And we'll see you on the other side with more live action from Grand Lake.
Being in the top 3 with one last event, it's a little surreal, to be honest with you. I mean, going into the year, I just wanted to have a chance at that championship. So obviously we've had a great year with a couple wins. I'm a little numb about it, to be honest with you, but that's because I'm already focused on the event. Do I press to try to win, or do I just try to go get points? I'm actually really thankful that I'm just in 3rd after kind of a 30th place finish. Those guys have been really catching them this year. It's been really competitive, and I feel like we've established some kind of competitive spirit between the top 10 of us that I think will be really neat to see how we go in the home stretch, and it's going to be really neat to see how that continues into year 2. I honestly feel like it's going to come down to one of the top 3 guys to win Angler of the Year. Brandon Perkins has been fishing extremely well, especially towards the end of the season. He's really picked up steam. I had a lot of steam at the beginning of the year. He's picked up steam towards the end. Keith's kind of just done his thing throughout the whole season, and I think Mark Schilling's maybe right there down below, and he's got a good opportunity too. Points are really tight. There's only 12 spots between me and first place, 12 points. So I could win the event and still not win Angler of the Year, and I could come in, 10th place and win Angler of the Year if the guys were to bomb. I really don't anticipate that to happen. One of the top 4 guys is gonna pull us off. I really wish we didn't have like this 4 or 5 week period between Winnebago to Grand. And the reason why is because I've got a lot of experience on Grand. I've fished it 100 times, but I've never really had a lot of success at all to speak of. There's a lot of guys here that have had a lot more success, even guys out of state that have more success on Grand than I have. So it's actually always been a little bit of my nemesis of a lake. So with that being said, I've really tried to just kind of not focus on the lake at all because I don't want to overthink it. And so I went up there and pre-practiced a couple times for like 4 hours a day, nothing major, just kind of got used to what the environment, what's going on. And I'm really trying to push myself in a position where I don't spot fish and I just try to get pattern on the fish and stay with the fish. I think that's going to be the most important thing. The beginning of October is about to hit. These fish are going to go on a change. At some point, they're going to get out of that summer pattern. They're going to go into that summer-fall transition change where they just go everywhere. And that's when it's going to get really tough out there. It's going to become more of a grinder tournament than it is just a spot tournament. So with that being said, it's kind of been a mental brain twist for me, man. I've really tried to do my best to not get caught up in the fact that I have experience on this lake. I've tried to keep it open-minded and fish it just like I've approached these other lakes that I've never been to. For me, I'm going to try topwater, topwater, topwater. Is that 3 baits? If I can catch them having fun, I seem to have a lot better event. So I really think you're going to see a topwater of some kind play. I think you're going to see a moving bait, like a winding bait, whether that's a chatterbait or spinnerbait, square bill. And then I think the third thing that's going to be a factor is I think there's going to be some finesse fishing for bottom baits. I think there's going to be some shaky head and drop shotting that's going to really play. Grand is notorious for having some brush piles with big jig, big worm. But as we get out of the summer and all the pressure from all the other tournaments and get right into the fall, all of a sudden those big baits quit working and you have to have something a lot smaller, a lot slower, a lot more subtle.
Hey there, Fishing World Woodcheck and Fat Cat Newton coming at you from the Regatta on Grand. This is an upscale luxury RV park that is wall-to-wall, treetop tall with all the bells and whistles. You pull up in here in your fancy RV, you're pulling up to a covered carport area with your own grill, your own patio furniture already here. And one more good thing, there is a restaurant on site. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you what, it is no joke. You don't go in there and get some Hot Pockets and pizza rolls. They've got the steak, the shrimp, they've got the fancy cappuccino lattes, and they got bush lattes if you want a bush latte. They have it all here. They have cut 0 corners, also 2 boat ramps on site. If you want it, you got it. If you're ready to treat yourself to something nice, you bring you and your family to the Regatta on Grand.
We're back out on Grand Lake. If you were watching that uninterrupted coverage, you saw Jeff Dobson swinging on him.
He hit it on the initial drop. Yesterday, every one of the bites I had was on that initial drop. It's just a reaction bite. You're just hitting them on the head. But usually it works better with that heavy jig because it falls really fast and makes them react to it more. So, I don't know. Brother, if I knew that, things would be a lot different. Honestly, it's mostly us. Just getting spun out, overthinking things. Oh, it's cloudy, I gotta go do this. I can't keep doing what I was doing because it's cloudy, or the sun came out, or, you know, it's mostly us that do the changing and not the fish.
That's a good point. A lot of overthinkers in the bass fishing world.
They overthink it way too much and give them little green fish way too much credit. And I'm the world's worst at doing it.
Especially in your home body of water, right? A lot of second guessing yourself.
You start pulling from that memory bank. Well, back in '92, that's right. On a day like this,
yeah, you got so
him
much history, you know. Oh, I've caught him here. That and you end up running around like a chicken with your head trying to find them. One of the things I really tried to concentrate on this tournament was I came over here in pre-practice and I literally fished 5 days pre-practice before it was off limits. And 4 of the 5 days I fished water I've either never fished or haven't fished in, you know, the last 7 to 10 years. And I think, you know, that kind of helped me a little bit for several different reasons. It helped put me on some new fresh type of stuff because, you know, fish change. You keep fishing the same stuff year after year, you know. You got to change with the fish. And it helped me eliminate a whole lot of water so I don't do that running around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to make something happen that ain't gonna happen. It's important to get keyed in on the pattern and not just fishing good spots that you've caught them in the past. You know, you got to run that pattern and stay with that pattern because spots run out, you know, just like that bridge piling. I think it ran out. Spots don't win tournaments, patterns do. Three more just like that and I will do cartwheels on the freaking deck of the boat.
I'm going to hold him to it.
Ooh.
He went on point.
Leaf had a steady pull to it. Kind of felt good. It's funny, I come here to catch spots and I catch a big old largemouth.
Dobson, we're going to check in with Tennessee's Taylor Watkins, second place angler coming into day 2 here, Grand Lake. Slower morning for Taylor so far. When we last caught up with him, though, he had slowed down a little bit, put another fish in the box. See how he's bringing that jig out high, hopping it, and that fish got it. Line singer.
Sounds like a good one, doesn't it?
Yes.
Keeper.
So a lot of those fish, you heard him say, man, that one chased it out earlier, the last time we were on him, and then he was bringing that one out. And a lot of times where that heavier jig will play, and the reason it works is those fish are suspended, and it falls down past them really fast, and they grab it as it comes through. And I think that's why you're seeing Dobson and Perkins go to that heavier jig. And I'm not sure what size Taylor's using. We haven't got to the details of that with him yet, but it certainly seems like those fish, especially this cloudy day, they're setting up on that
for Luke. He'll get
outside. You better update it, buddy.
Yelling at me whenever we get back.
They know, man. They know.
Taylor knows I'll drive over there to East Tennessee and giving him an earful on that. Bring Derek Blake with me and
oh man, don't
give
do
him
that.
a talking to.
Don't bring Derek Blake nowhere.
Yeah. Just updating Way Live for Luke. I got a fin in my hand.
The fin is not my fault.
Don't blame it on Luke.
Don't blame it on me. Oh, there's those.
So when Watson gets done kissing Perkins' boo-boo, making it feel better, he can go to Watkins, kiss Watkins' boo-boo.
I'll take them all day long, though.
We just gotta have
that one. I was swimming it back. I was reeling it out. I was swimming it back to me, and he ate it whenever I was swimming it out of there. I don't know. They just seem to be kind of scattered around today. They're definitely not tucked like they were yesterday. So I mean, you just got to fish around and hopefully you bring it by one, and he just decides to eat it. So far, so good. Not big ones, but we're working on 5.
That's that cloud cover affecting that.
Get one more and the big ones will come.
Yeah, they'll certainly scatter around and roam a little bit more.
Coming out from behind that dock, and he ate it while I was swimming it back, so. I thought that was a real big one. I don't know, he was digging. He was pulling hard. They're not really like committing to it today like they were yesterday. Yesterday you put it in there and they ate it. I mean, you didn't have to entice them at all.
From Taylor Watkins, we're going to check in with James Biggs, the 3rd place angler coming into day 2. And one of our favorites coming into the event with a lot of success on Grand Lake.
He had a lot of confidence coming in here, but he's been able to back that confidence up.
Says Grand reminds him of Lake Louisville in Texas, which is one of his home lakes. Oh!
That was a big one.
Ouch.
Yeah.
What's he doing, dragging the jig?
They're not eating as good today.
Okay, he's moved offshore a little bit. We're on some offshore brush, maybe. Offshore rock that Grand's known for. Certainly look good. Stood him up pretty good. You heard the line sing.
Oh, no, yeah. It had that rod bowed up.
Nice fish. Of course, all of us, when we lose a fish, when you get back to weigh-in,
listen,
had to be a 10-pounder.
This is me being 100% honest with you. I have never lost a fish that weighed under 10 pounds.
Yeah, that's. I think that's everybody. That's how it should be. That's what fishing's all about, right?
That's right.
Got a mishap there from James Biggs. Misconnection. But
we haven't seen a lot of that out of him either.
Not out of him or out of a lot of our anglers this morning. We've had a lot of connections, a lot of hookups out there on Grand Lake. We're going to take a look back now at some of the morning's highlights as we enter this 11 o'clock hour. The city of Grove, Oklahoma, Grand Lake. Stop number 6.
Biggin.
Jeff Dobson.
Barely hooked, barely hooked.
One of our locals coming into this event that we really look forward to covering, and so far he has been slow but steady.
Not disappointing.
Consistent.
Another one I didn't expect to see up in the top 10 today, man. Brett Loomis doing things.
Nice fish for Loomis there. Didn't get overly excited about it.
No, he did not. That is not who he is.
Cool, calm, and collected. And
no surprise seeing him swinging fish in the boat.
Sheldon Collins, the overwhelming favorite, coming in and showing again on day 2 why that is the case.
There we go.
Dobson not taking no for an answer.
At all. said he went to this area to catch a couple spotted bass, fill out his limit, ends up with a good largemouth.
It's a good surprise.
And the man on top of those Progressive Angler of the Year standings, Mr. Brandon Perkins from Tennessee, winner of stop number 4 at Pickwick Lake. And over to John Policini, who likes to go fast.
Loves going fast.
Loves to go fast. Back to Perkins.
Just working them docks, man.
Bryant Smith.
There's your boy. That was over 4 pounds right there, wasn't it?
And just brought it in the boat on one little tiny hook.
Yes, he did.
William Fletcher. Spinner baiting, buzz baiting, doing what he likes to do.
No surprise seeing that.
Bryant Smith again. Throwing that Strike King Sexy Dog top water.
There it is.
Perkins getting pushed back off the offensive line a little bit there with that one.
Just as I said.
We are enjoying being in the city of Grove. They are treating the NPFL like family out there, man. Grove, Oklahoma, and Grand Lake of the Cherokees, and it's showing why it's one of those top-rated fisheries in the country. Even at a stingy time of year, these NPFL pros are starting to really sort it out on day 2.
Oh, they're finally. We got some guys that are finding their rhythm coming into this event. It was kind of skeptical talking to guys. The practice wasn't going that good, and it seems some of the guys that were saying they didn't have a good practice are having a heck of a tournament right now.
And I think it's just because of those changing conditions. They're changing water, and the fish are changing. There's a transition period. We're certainly sitting right in the middle of it. Those fish are moving every day, so it can be a case of the haves and the have-nots. The guys that caught them yesterday might not catch them today, and complete new faces could show up going into the top 10 on Showdown Saturday, to say the very least. But this, and I'll be honest, when this tournament was scheduled, Brad Fuller, Al McCullough, Paul Benson, and crew were like, hey, we're going to Grand for the last event. And you see that time frame, I thought, ooh, that could be a little stingy. That could be tough, because that fall time, I mean, it is typically around the country very tough, but the weights yesterday did not show that in our top 10. They really sacked them up.
They showed out, and it seems like, too, we had those couple big tournaments leading up to our tournament on the Bayou. There were weeks where there were 300 boat tournament or 200 boat tournament.
Oh, yeah.
High pressure, good weights. Once again, I don't want to make excuses. The weights now are good, but we missed that window by maybe a week or two. Because, like I said, we talked about it. Yoder was one of the guys that brought up the Indian summer, how it started to cool down, and as soon as we come into town, it started heating back up, getting that Indian summer, and now we're starting to get that phase where it's cooling back down. And each day of the tournament, it's a different day, because yesterday they had the high sun, they had the blue skies and all that good stuff, keeping those fish tight to the cover. Today, all overcast. Tomorrow, the forecast not looking promising. You know what I mean? They're going to get wet tomorrow the way it looks. It's going to be more cloud cover tomorrow.
I think some of these guys are praying for a little wind and a little rain, though. I think they'll take it. The guys that are throwing the top water, I think they want to see some chop on the water.
They're going to get it.
It's as calm as this desk out there right now.
Right.
But unofficially, Brandon Perkins has been on top again today. Will not turn loose of that Progressive Angler of the Year racing. He just keeps padding that as we go along. Really dialed in on that boat dock pattern. I will be interested to see if we do get the wind and rain like they forecasted. And the weatherman out there has been wrong 2 days in a row. I'd like to point that out. But if we do end up getting that, I'll be interested to see how it affects that dock bite tomorrow.
Oh, same here. And we haven't seen anybody do what I thought they would be. We saw a couple guys. Sheldon did a little bit of it. There has not been a whole lot of that offshore stuff. So, in my mind, I would think, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know why I'm at this table and desk right now, because I really don't know what I'm talking about most of the time.
You're the big cat.
Of you know,
You're the big cat.
I am. I got a pretty face. That's why I'm here. But with it being calm and slick like this, would the offshore be better, or do they want it rough out there to fish the offshore? We just haven't seen a whole lot of offshore.
I think sun and calm definitely helps those offshore brush piles and rock piles for sure, and I think it shakes it up. Now, Sheldon said his starting spot this morning had a lot of wind yesterday morning, but it's more of it's an offshore spot, but it's a flat with some rocks on it. It's shallower, so it kind of stirs those fish up. They're in there crashing around on bait, and it certainly helps that. And he said he picked it up immediately this morning that it was not going to work. But we're going to take a look, I believe, at our top 10 unofficially, we've got to say that. It's got to be unofficial. It's unofficial. Don't be texting Fat Cat. Don't be blowing him up on Twitter because we say somebody's leading this tournament. At the end of the day, they're not. Everything will become official at that drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. And you look right there up top. Brandon Perkins, unofficially sitting in that top spot, both in the Progressive AOY and here in stop number 6. Sheldon Collings, but look, Paul Brown, he finished out a limit, apparently, moved up unofficially into 3rd place.
He's feeling himself too, man. He's on a good, strong pattern, catching those quality fish. And I really feel like he's going to be our day 2 leader at the end
Browning.
of the day.
Okay, you're calling it right now. I'm gonna
stamp it. Because I was way off on day 1 weight. We did that yesterday. The day 1 weight.
I was pretty close.
Oh, you did good. That proved that I don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah,
we should have.
I was going off of those midday weights. There were 14 pounds here and there. I didn't expect guys to have that 14.5 pound with 5 fish and then be able to grow it to 19 in the next 4 hours.
Lots of things happened between the time we went off live and the time that weigh-in started, without a doubt. But James Biggs holding down. He's staying in that top 5 in that 4th place spot. Bryant Smith hanging in the top 5. David Hoheisel still there.
Love it. I love seeing it, man.
We've seen his name. He popped into that unofficial top 10 this morning. Already off to a solid start, I think, unofficially with like 11 pounds today. Going to hang around all day. He's not going anywhere for sure. A new name right below Taylor Watkins in 7th, Derek Blake, one of his running buddies. New name in that top 10, Derek Blake.
Mr. Personality. He'll make a dog laugh. Derek Blake is something else, man. It's cool to see him up here and whatnot. Hopefully, if we get that dude on camera, y'all better stay tuned tomorrow because it's going to be a show with Derek Blake on camera.
We had him on camera down at the Harris Chain, and we enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah.
All of our production crew, Derek is one of a kind. We had a good time with him.
Heck of a fisherman, too.
Timmy Reams and Eddie Carper rounding out that unofficial top 10. Of course, that top 10 will be unofficial until that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon in the city of Grove. If you're around the area, you're going to want to make sure you check that out in person. But if you're not, TNPFL.com is where it all goes down, starting at 3:30. Big Al McCullough is going to bring the boom, and our anglers are going to bring those big Grand Lake bass across the stage. We're going to jump back out on the water and check in with James Biggs, who's unofficially in 4th place. The Purple Machine.
That's right, doing work.
James Biggs. I think all these guys are they're feeling the pressure of this change today. And great Bambino'd that one. Called a shot.
According to the Weigh Live tracker right now, unofficial, he's sitting about 3 pounds behind Brandon Perkins.
I might have worn this out between me and the other competitors in here.
I still think it's anybody's ball game. I know Sheldon jumped out to a 2-pound lead yesterday, and he's got a decent limit, decent start, but there's still a few guys
for sure,
well within striking distance with a lot of fishing time left today, and then, of course, showdown Saturday tomorrow.
And the conditions are slightly different, which would change how the fish are positioned and everything else, like you were saying earlier.
Grand Lake's also a very popular lake in this part of the world for tournaments. I'm sure there'll be some local pressure out there tomorrow and spectator boats and different things. So
they probably won't have to deal with like Bobby and Terrence out there and the big old bay boats, things of that nature, because it's calling for that rain. So hopefully there won't be a whole lot of pleasure boats and sea-doos out there running and gunning and bebopping and flip-flopping. We've been seeing this a lot, though, haven't we? A lot of docks in this lake. These guys focusing on the front, but a lot of guys are getting on the back side of these little boat houses, dock houses, and getting around It's a lot going on underwater right there, right? A lot of wires, cables.
A lot of shade, cables. You get a lot of bluegill. It always seems like I see a ton of bluegill on the back sides of these floating docks under those walkways.
And when you have on Grand, anglers are coming here and stuff brush piles up under these boathouses and stuff like that, right?
Like Watson said, like a thief in the dead of the night, they slide in there.
But it's got to be Sycamore. It's got to be Sycamore.
Got to be Sycamore, per the skinny dog. Skinny dog seemed like he had, been part of some of that late night brush pile sinking a few times. That was spoken like a man that had experience.
No doubt in my mind. He's been on a few covert missions. How crazy is it that we have James Watson out there on the water right now? Pretty impressive. I was glad he could be a part of it.
He's one of our favorites in this bass fishing world.
Absolutely.
We're lucky to have him with us this week, the drill sergeant.
That's right. Big personality with a big heart, and he's had a heck of a year fishing too. I want to see Biggs right now. I want to see Biggs go ahead and rear down and set hook on a big one. Like I say, he's only 3 pounds out from that first place right now.
A lot of room to grow.
A lot of room to grow, and it's still early, real early. Biggs is fortunate enough to have a good support system. He travels all the tournaments. He brings his wife Bethany with him, which has got to be comforting, man. You have a hard day on the water, which he's not dealing with now, but you get to go home and have somebody to talk to and rub you back and tell you, baby, it's going to be okay tomorrow. You don't suck at fishing. You're okay. James, fortunately, doesn't have to deal with that. He's having a great tournament so far.
From Biggs over to our progressive AOY leader and unofficial tournament leader, Brandon Perkins.
Shocker where he's at, right? Who would have thought?
Who would have guessed he would have been?
I think it's the same guy. Biggs and Perkins are just switching jerseys, and we're just going back to him.
No, because Perkins gets down low with that rod.
Yeah, there are so many docks on this body of water. Are you surprised we're not seeing more guys fish docks? With it being so prevalent, they're everywhere?
I'd say I am surprised, but I'd say throughout our 100 angler field here, there are several that we're not covering that are probably fishing. You're hearing Biggs say that. You've heard Perkins say he's sharing water with a lot of guys. I'm sure there are more people around, but a thing that does happen, though, when you have a predominant cover like this, it can be overwhelming. It can be intimidating. It's like going to a grass lake in Florida. So I think for some folks, between rocks and docks, guys are like, well, what's the difference? And they just go find something completely different. Oh, there's wood, so I'm going to go do that. Had some service issues with Brandon Perkins there, so over to Jeff Dobson now, showing some of that Grand Lake rock.
One of the anglers that knows this lake very well. A lot of history on this body of water. A lot of history. Started his career here.
I got a little nugget. From the Brad Fuller.
Okay.
The BFO. He said that Jeff Dobson and Brett Loomis are roomies. They roommate. We didn't have that information.
You know, I did not know that, but I could definitely see that friendship because they're both laid-back guys. They both have that cool demeanor.
Could use a little wind.
Just a little bit. It's Oklahoma. I thought the wind always blew in Oklahoma.
That's what they say. I don't know who they are. But
especially with Watson on the water. All that hot air he has, I'm surprised there's just not, more going on out there. Love you, Watson. Just trying to show you some love, bud.
We're going to take a quick break from all this action here at Grand Lake and get a look at these fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. Stop number 6. We'll see you on the other side with more live action from the city of Grove.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
All right, folks, here we are back. Here we are back, if I can get the words out of my mouth, back at Grove, Oklahoma on Grand Lake watching Jeff Dobson. Just out here fishing slow, man. He told me earlier this week he's going to be doing a lot of junk fishing. We've seen him throw crankbaits today. He's throwing a jig. We saw him throwing the worm earlier. Like we said earlier, man, a lot of history on this lake. He started his career right here on Grand. He's had some major accomplishments, won some good tournaments here, placed well in some good tournaments here, knows this lake very well. He said practice was tough, but it didn't scare him at all. He expected practice to be tough, and he said, well, if it's tough on me, I know it's going to be tough on a lot of the other guys. We're going to let Jeff do his thing, and we're going to roll over here and we'll see what old Policini's up to.
Hooked up.
That'll keep.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I earned that fish. I've had a tough couple of minutes. Little bitty fish, but thank you, buddy.
The struggle is real, he says.
Yeah, man. For a couple minutes, it was tough.
Don't you think we earned that one, Brian?
Oh, yeah.
It was longer than the board, John. Come on, man.
Hey, rather be safe than sorry, right?
That's right.
Shoot a monkey.
He just say shoot a monkey.
That's what it sounds like.
That is interesting.
Gotta throw that jig. Gotta stay in the mud.
I like that.
This ain't what I wanted. I swear when I hit him, I thought it was an attitude adjustment finna happen. Boy, I thought he was grown.
He hit him with all he had, too.
Policini's in our top 10 tomorrow. We're going to need some cowbells in here. You know, Mississippi State football, they ring them cowbells.
Mississippi Queen.
Yeah.
In the stadium there. Mississippi State, get them cowbells. You
There
can
you go.
sing Mississippi Queen.
You know what I mean? I'll bring the guitar and the drums and all that. Oh, it'll be cool to see him, man, because he can talk it up, too.
But if
He's a
some
good
of the people are having the same kind of day we're having, which I can't imagine their day being better. I mean, these conditions, this is not favorable for jerkbait or any of that crap. There's no wind, there's no ripple. It's a jig day. And we're gonna catch them. But we're gonna do it all day long. It ain't gonna come quick. But I know what I'm finna do the rest of the day. And I just thought of some more water that looks like this. We're gonna be all right. You gotta catch 2 more.
I like that
About
mindset.
5. I'll have a sack. That was a Dudley fish, a little bitty knothead.
What did he say it was, a Dudley fish?
Could have caught him on
Was it tatted up?
I thought you said he caught it on a wacky
a
worm.
whatever he throws with that left-handed thing all the time. I got one on too, but you won't see it. Pull that kind of stuff out in public.
You go stick with that jig, man. We'll get jiggy with it.
He said all day long,
All
too. He's
day
fixing to bring
long.
it.
The
Hail
cover
State.
part is gone, Brian.
Back to the action.
Yeah.
Shout out to cameraman Brian. I love
As soon
the
as-
camaraderie
as soon as it
between
hit the
our
water,
anglers.
Yeah, man.
It's a team effort
Just
out
I
there.
hadn't put it in front of one.
I can speak firsthand on that
Only thing
because
sad about it is If it's anything like practice, I got to go another 2 miles before I get another bite. I'd probably be better off just to crank up and leave.
He said he needs 2 more. He just needs 4 more miles of water, and he'll be good to go.
Piece of cake. He's got it. Back to the camera guy thing, man. Like when I'm in the boat on the water, like who Watson has right now, Wombat, that camera guy, top notch, man. It really means a lot. Quality camera guy.
Yeah, we've been.
Brian McCarthy out there teamed up today with John Policini.
Why this thing hanging so bad?
John just having a good time, man. 72nd in the AOY coming into this. He had a great event at Wright Patman, but rocky events in between. Putting an exclamation point on his season. It's cool to see him having a good event.
Going on a high note, hopefully, man. If he can keep this momentum going, he's going to have a heck of a tournament. And he touched on something earlier. He said he saw another spot like this. You think he's related to how that wood, that point in the wood and the rock and shallow stuff, what do you think is standing out to him right here? Is it more of what's under the water?
I think it is, and I heard him say, I had to get in that mud. He wants to be in the dirtier water, and the further up that river you go, the water clarity is going to change, and I think that's what is helping him. He said that when he was on the bluff earlier. He goes, yeah, I got to get out of here. I got to get back to that mud. So getting in that dirtier water, and you can see by the color of his jig, darker color, definitely got some more color in the water where John's at there. But from John, we're going to go over to the man that doesn't need any mud, Mr. Sheldon Collins. He's running around checking all of his pets today on Grand Lake. Our day
Them
one
rods
leader.
are always perfect on the deck of that boat.
I never understand guys. I actually don't trust guys that can be that clean when they're fishing, I'll be honest. It's like a guy with a clean truck. Get out of here.
I'll do a backflip off that trampoline.
That thing is pretty janky.
I'd still do it.
It's almost like he's got a caddy on the boat with him.
He says he's getting ready to do a backflip?
Said if he catches a 5-pounder.
5-pound trampoline?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to hold him to that?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, boy, he's right on it. Shitting me.
Little less than 5 pounds.
Come down to it.
Didn't even measure it. No, I'm just kidding. Bad joke, I know.
Forward-facing sonar, live sonar has changed the
really
entire
has.
game of bass fishing. You're fishing
Not
a
even-
jig and you're watching a fish come to that
Not
jig.
even looking in the direction in which you're fishing.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Apparently very effective, though.
Obviously. Obviously so.
This bee's following me around, dude.
Because you're so sweet. Oh, fine Sheldon Collins out there.
Got all kinds of stuff to talk about?
Yeah.
Well, let's hear it.
About how not to catch them on Grand.
We're never satisfied as fishermen, even with a lemon in the box. He's not satisfied. He's like, he knows, but them boys are breathing down his neck. He knows that. So many quality fish around this lake. And you do get that feeling like, man, I'm slipping a little bit.
Yeah, we live.
Top-notch cameraman? Not to my knowledge.
Scott Piper out there asking for a shout-out, and I'm here for it. We'll give him one. He's a top-notch cameraman. We've seen some great work out of that dude all year long. Speaking of really the cream of the crop, the most top-notch professional, you and I both know, the skinny dog, James Watson. We're going to jump out on he's worldwide. We're going to jump out on the water with Watson right now for a bass tank breakdown.
Hey, we're on the water with the bass tank breakdown. Kevin Rogers right there, folks. He's made an adjustment with the spinnerbait bite today. Yesterday, it was all about the shad pods and being pushed in the back here. Sun's out. It's gone, all right? So yesterday with the sun out, it was great in the shad pods. Today, not so good. The adjustment's been made. He's throwing a Trophy Bass Company. It's an Ozark Flash spinnerbait. Real popular spinnerbait around here. He's been catching them on the corners of these docks, all right? He said he's got 2 spotted bass and 2 largemouth bass. It's not uncommon for this time of year, if you have a cloudy day, for the shad pods to be out here swimming around, but the bass won't get under them as good. So the adjustment being made today is get back on these boat docks. Yesterday with the sun out, the shad pods, you can see them good, but the bass would get under them and shallow, and you'll see what we call push, and they'll be shoo, shoo. You know that sound, Fat Cat? And bass love to eat spinner baits. Other things like crankbaits and stuff like that work. But again, here in the Ozark region, this is, even though it's Oklahoma, this is an Ozark type lake. They love that Ozark flash spinner bait. Kevin's got 4. I'm sure he'll catch his 5th. It's no problem. He's fishing the right kind of docks. Look at that. Look at the gravel behind us here. You don't necessarily need to have really aggressive big rock this time of year. Don't be afraid to fish these boat docks that have that peat gravel on them.
Bass tank breakdown from the Skinny Dog.
Oh, James Worldwide Watson, man, bringing the heat.
JMFW out there on the water. Worldwide. Back over to John Policini.
Seeing a serious side of Watson, too. I kind of like it.
He's definitely taking the job serious. Policini.
Putting that jig to work.
Come on. Got him.
Just like he said he was going to do.
Come on. This is the littlest fish, but I'm one away from getting the pressure off.
They're starting to come out.
Well, we where they are. We're not out there in that clear bathtub drinking water.
You want that Mississippi mud?
We ain't got no weight, but I can clean all that up with a 6.
Listen.
He's confident.
Yeah, man.
That cat, do you think the floor of that boat is like
So I can tell you a story.
ice rink?
Yeah, I know all about a bullet. I fished out a bullet similar to his for about 3 years with a buddy of mine, old Natron, and he messed up. And what he did with his, he put that liner down in there. It is slick. Early in the morning, a little fog or something like that.
Little dew.
Little dew.
Little frost when it's cold.
Yeah, you got to be nimble, boy. I can tell you that. They get a little slick, but they will run like a scalded dog.
Hitting that Way Live app. Thank you, John. We appreciate that. And while he does that, we're going to go check back in with Brandon Perkins, our unofficial leader, and the man that is tracking down that golden shield for the Progressive Angler of the Year race.
Tracking down that other shield, too, that old Grand Lake shield. This man might go home with 2 shields a day tomorrow.
He's going to be like Sokup and need another trophy room in his house, if that is the case. With a chance to win another one out there at Nickajack, which is a lake he's familiar with.
The momentum he has, ain't no doubt. Look.
That's why you keep the buzzbait honest. He's just fishing those docks with a jig, gets on one of those little flat gravel banks.
Maybe a 3. Maybe 2.5. He's getting punier the whole time I'm sitting here staring at it. Pull tags in every one of these fish's mouth in here, though. Let's see here. So blue is the newest one. And that came off. Damn, man. Blue definitely calls. But now I gotta figure out which one just came off. Okay. I'm gonna pull it down anyway.
Perkins got to take a breather. They're beating him to death in there, man.
Yes. So definitely cold, but
Perkins is going to figure out who's the next to get returned back to their Grand Lake home. We're going to go check in with an angler that calls Grand Lake home, Mr. Jeff Dobson. Throwing that Omega jig.
Biggin.
Solid fish. Dobson not going away.
Well, I like seeing that reaction out of Dobson because he doesn't really show emotion a whole lot.
That's
He's
right.
pretty even kill. So when you get a whoop out of him, he's feeling it.
Hey, you guys do me a favor and just stay right there, okay? It's been 2 hours since I had a bite.
Good luck charms must have
That's right.
arrived.
We're going to get it. We're going to make it, dude. We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
He's organized. I'm looking in that
Yeah.
box. He's super
Meticulous.
organized.
Yes, he is. And he knows where he is. He knows not to
It's
get
going to take
too
all day.
He's taking his time, like he said earlier, man. But I talked to him pre-tournament. Knew it was going to be tough.
Me either.
Just trying to capitalize on every bite and not let your wheels start spinning.
Can only bring 5 in.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank
Slow
you.
and
Thank
steady
you.
is okay.
I needed that too, dude. Real bad. On the jig. On the Omega jig.
Omega Custom Tackle, the presenting sponsor here, title sponsor of Stop Number 6. So it's fitting that Jeff's doing work with that Omega jig.
Absolutely.
They like it on Grand Lake.
He was one of the guys throwing that bigger jig, too. He said between 7/8 and 1 ounce is what he's going to be throwing. Like you said earlier, he's going for that reaction bite, right?
Good. Two more, man. 1 bite an hour. That's all we need. 1 bite an hour. We're going to do this.
And Jeff's feeling it. It's good to see. For the most part yesterday, Jeff was quiet on camera, subdued, was running around, other than when he caught an absolute monster catfish. But when we went off live, he was still struggling, didn't have a limit, shows up with over 14 pounds, ends up starting the day in 10th place today going into day 2. So, again, things are clicking for him. He's starting to piece it together. It's good to see for the Oklahoma angler.
I don't know if you paid attention or not, but another one right on the bank on the initial drop. Just pick it up and they're cruising off with it.
Very similar to what Perkins
Those are
is
the good
doing.
ones. The ones you don't feel the bite and they're just swimming off with it, going to deep water to eat it.
More of that deal where you're watching the line, not feeling the bait, right?
Man, I love fishing. That's what it's all about. That's 2 good ones. 2 good, solid fish.
You notice the ribbon on Jeff's hat? That is to honor
I
most of our
forgot to
anglers.
update after that last one.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate that. Appreciate the updates on that Way Live app. But the ribbon is to commemorate two of our great anglers and great men that we lost here in the NPFL, Mr. Donnie O'Neill and Skeeter Fowler. We lost those guys after our last event at Winnebago to COVID-19. Tragic, tragic loss of two great family men and anglers. And all of our anglers here, we had a celebration of life yesterday morning at the launch, led by our NPFL crew, and it was beautiful.
Very
Just
special.
like that.
So it's awesome to see. It's a family. Everybody's a family on the road
Get 2
out
more
here.
bites like that, we make a push at top 5, and old Sheldon stumbles a little bit, and we might be on his tail. But I seriously doubt he's going to. He's a hammer on this lake. Lives here and fishes it constantly.
Spot.
There's that spot we've been looking for. Finally got a
Solid one,
spot.
too.
The things always seem to weigh more than what they look.
Yeah, they're healthy.
All right, brother, that's 4. Tell you what I had to do. I had to go fish some fresh water. I ain't fished this yet. I think that's what we had to do. We had to go get on some fresh fish.
Seen a lot of our anglers having to do that.
Which is really hard to do when the bites is tough. It's hard to go fish new water. Big old fat spot, man. He was busting at the gut. You can't tell me there ain't one tucked in right here.
See him feeding that line.
Just like we saw Perkins do the same thing.
So important.
What's weird is these fish aren't on the points. They're almost always on the points, not in between. That's what's really weird to me. I don't know. Yeah, you know, yesterday I came here to fish that point over there because we caught them on it in practice, and I didn't get bit. And I went, well, I'm going to go down this bluff and see if I can get a couple spots. And I think I caught 2 spots and one good largemouth. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I usually don't fish these bluffs like this. But once I got onto that vertical deal, because that's what it is, it's the vertical walls. Same with the bridge piling, vertical. I think they go here when they're pouting, pissed off, in a bad mood. I don't know. You just got to hit them on the head.
Good stuff from Jeff Dobson right there, breaking down that vertical cover.
The good thing about it.
And the pattern that he's utilizing to climb up that leaderboard on day 2 here at Grand Lake. And a guy that is hoping to climb that leaderboard today, Mr. Keith Carson, 2nd place in that Progressive Angler of the Year. The Twin Visual Crew caught up with him before the event to talk about that Progressive AOY and this inaugural season that Keith has had here with the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you on the other side of that for more live action.
Part of winning an AOY is just, it's really hard work. You know, it's not easy. Fishing isn't luck. This doesn't just fall in your lap. If I were to get a 2nd win, that would blow my mind. And if I were to win AOY, that would just be, that would be unreal. You know, there's a lot of things that have to go right for me and wrong for the other guys. You know, I'm excited to see what happens. You know, this has been a lifelong dream of mine, and as far as this year, yeah, I work just as hard off the water as I do on the water. I have studied maps for each lake this year, I have studied maps for 15, 20, 30 hours long before I'm even on the water. I've done the same here. I usually don't sleep much at night. I'm studying maps for hours and hours. I can't tell you how many nights I go to sleep at 1 or 2 a.m. and then I got to get up at 4:30. And it hurts you, not getting that sleep, but it also hurts you not studying the map and knowing where you're going to start and things like that. So I'm second in points and it feels pretty good. I'm right there. I'm in striking zone. It's always better to be the guy doing the chasing. So I have no experience on Grand. My experience has been these 3 days of official practice. I didn't come up for pre-practice. I like to fish the moment and not get stuck on what happened a few weeks ago. So that's how I've been, fishing my whole year and stuff. So I'm trying to maintain that and hopefully figure something out for the tournament. Practice for Grand has been pretty tough for me. All 3 days has been bluebird skies. We've had a lot of wind, not good conditions for a shallow guy like me. So the tournament is going to be overcast. We're going to have rain. Everything's going to change. I'm looking forward to a change in weather because that's all I've got really going for me. 3 baits that are going to play this week are chatterbait and topwater and then a shaky head.
I'm Lisa Boston, and I am the shelter manager here at Second Chance Pet Rescue. We are a small no-kill shelter in Grove, Oklahoma. I think one of the things that makes our shelter or rescue a little bit more unique than some others is the amount of area or territory that we cover. Our main focus, of course, is always our local pets, and the need is huge. In 2019, we took in 943 animals, and that is kind of a typical year for us, but in 2020, with the pandemic and kind of reduced staff and just reduced people out and about, we only took in 664. Our shelter actually uses about 1,000 pounds of dog food every single week. All of this is accomplished only through donations. We are not supported or funded by any municipal, state, or county organizations, so asking for support and having community support, of course, is huge for our organization. And the community, I have to say, usually does step up when we say that we need a hand, so we're very appreciative to our local supporters. People can go online to our website. It's very easy. It's www.secondchancepetsponsors.org, and they can just click the donate button. They can also go to our Facebook page and easily donate from there. They can also, of course, mail us. Some people prefer to send a check. And they can just mail the check to 64301 East 290 Road, Grove, Oklahoma, 74344. From Second Chance Pet Rescue, the staff, the volunteers, and the board of directors, we just want to say thank you so much for coming out, taking a little part of our day and seeing what we do, and I hope you enjoyed it. I know that we did, and I know our dogs did, because they had a blast out there walking with everybody.
Welcome back to Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma, and that Second Chance. That's such a cool event for our anglers to be a part of that, but a story that came out of that, Fat Cat, that you were telling me about last night, and we posted on our NPFL social media, Corey Knoll.
Yeah, man.
It's so cool.
So Corey Knoll, if anybody that watched the weigh-in yesterday, you would have seen Corey Knoll get out of his boat and walk the stage with a dog named Bro. Well, at the Second Chance Pet Rescue, when he was looking at the dogs and everything, so here's the deal. The anglers roll up, and the staff brings the dogs out, a bunch of dogs out, and Corey's a dog person. And he said, I was standing there, and I was hoping one of the dogs would run to me, and all the dogs came out. They all ran right past me. He's like, I was sitting there like, man, I want to play with a dog. The one dog walks up to Corey and leans against Corey, and that was Bro. He ended up adopting that dog that day, took that dog with him to the tournament yesterday and fished all day yesterday with Bro. He's taking Bro home. So, cool story. It is amazing to me how obedient that dog was, how well-behaved it was.
Like he'd been in a bass boat his whole life.
Corey got emotional like it was meant to be, like just how it all worked out. And just, that's life. Sometimes good things happen to us when we least expect it, and it seemed like he found a friend in Bro yesterday. It was a good story, man, and that's Second Chance Pet Rescue for anybody out there looking to donate to a good cause, or if you're looking to rescue a pet, that's who you need to contact, Second Chance Pet Rescue. It's a special place, man. Cool story. So shout out to Corey Nall and Bro.
Go check out on the NPFL on both Facebook and Instagram. Be sure you're following those if you're listening and you're not already. But they posted pictures of Corey fighting about a 4 or 5 pounder yesterday.
Amazing.
With Bro on the front deck, just taking it all in. It was very
and even
cool.
when Corey got out of the boat to walk up on stage, Bro was so well behaved and got up and walked up. It's like it was meant to be.
It was
it's
very
pretty special.
cool to see. So congrats to Corey and Bro.
That's right. Yeah, man. Brett Loomis in the house. Found out earlier, Jeff Dobson's travel partner. Both of them having a great tournament.
From Brett, we go check in with Luke Bryan lookalike, Paul Browning. Their last update, climbing that leaderboard.
It's slowing down quite a bit, catching some short fish. Just trying to run every tree I can get to now. Earlier I just went fishing once I caught that 4th fish, and I probably should have just quit fishing and started running my stuff. But got plenty of time, so I think I still got about 4 hours left of fishing, 3.5 hours. So got plenty of time to make it happen, just looking for number 5, and then we can go from there. They're still on the wood. I'm around them. They're not biting right now. It seems like the last couple days, the practice, and then yesterday, I noticed about after 10 o'clock, it's kind of it shuts down, it seems like, or at least my bite does, and then it'll pick back up after 1 o'clock. Just got to keep grinding on them. It's a grind, that's for sure. We're going to get them, though.
More talk about those changes.
Got too many people want me to catch them, so I got to catch them.
We want you to catch them.
That's right.
Will, so a lot of people pulling for me.
Back out to William Fletcher. Paul Browning lost service there.
No shocker to see Fletcher this close to the shoreline. He loves that skinny water. Throwing that spinnerbait, it sounds like. William Fletcher out of Georgia.
Grew up around that Memphis area, kind of a river rat. He likes that Mississippi River Delta area over there.
We talked about earlier, man, how he found his groove mid-season and just has not let up since. Somebody we talk about very often. Always just seems to find his way up in the mix.
Winding something most of the time.
Oh, yes, sir.
He's a winder.
He don't drag much. He's another one of our anglers, man. Great support system. He has a job, has a good job. He's able to get out and go fishing. Like I say, very close with his family. They're very supportive of what he does. He's one of our anglers that at one point in his life fished FLW for 4 or 5 years. Life took place, had to raise a family. Fortunate enough to get that back out here and chase it again with NPFL. We're glad to have him, too. There we go. Ooh. A little short strike action. You reckon he's using the trailer hook?
He better be. Listen, if it's got blades on it, buzz bait blade, spinner bait, I'm throwing a trailer hook all the time. And I know sometimes they're eating it so good you don't have to, but man, I'm just super cautious with that. Especially on these pressured fisheries like Grand, this time of year, fish, they're kind of funky.
Getting that short strike, just swiping
you need
at
all
it.
the help you can get. Sometimes I think you need like 3 or 4 of them on there. I think if you need that many trailer hooks, so you should probably change techniques. Probably not going to be a spinnerbait.
It's a fishy looking shoreline where he's at. Got that rocks mixed in with that, submerged timber. And I'm sure he's not in 3 foot of water, knowing William Fletcher.
From Fletcher out to the California Kid, Bryant Smith.
Sandy.
Staying on the topwater program.
Don't change it if it ain't broke, right? We saw him earlier catch, 2 or 3 back-to-back?
And a 4-pounder.
A little flurry, yeah, that 4-pounder, exactly.
Another quality fish.
In my head, I just need to get rid of that one little spotted bass. I'll be super happy. Right off the end of that long.
Coming into this event, did you think topwater would play the role that it's playing right now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And why is that? Why is topwater playing such a big role?
Just everything suspends so much this time of year, and everything starts to generally move shallow. So the bluegill suspend up a lot of times around this shallow cover, so those bass are automatically looking up for those guys and get the balls of shad moving through and suspending up like we heard Watson talking about. And I just think that, especially these fish, he's fishing a shallow flat here. You can see.
I appreciate it.
It was a good upgrade.
Great upgrade. But those fish are looking up, man, and you're getting that reaction bite. It's hard to – we're seeing Paul Browning and John Paulsini pick those pieces of cover apart with flipping baits, but you can cover so much more water with a topwater as well, moving across these open areas and call up those fish, call them in close. So, but it's just a great imitator.
I actually figured that out. I made it wasn't the greatest cast, and if you know how to do it, you can kind of sidestep a walking bait into the cover by just hitting it quick and then letting it kind of walk towards it. Hit it quick, walk, and you can actually walk it to the left or to the right. And when I started doing that on one laydown just like this, I had one eat it. Okay. You seem to like that, so I started just kind of mixing up my retrieve, varying it a lot. It's paid off.
I was going to mention that you can tell his retrieve's a little different.
Sexy dog. This is the hard knocker version. It's a little louder than the standard one, and it just calls them up really well. This water isn't the cleanest, so I think having a little extra help with that harder knock, they can kind of hone in on it a little better. They weren't honing in on it very well this morning. I had a handful of bites where they just completely whipped it, but they're figuring out where they need to be, figuring out where they are. We can keep this going steadily, upgrade. Makes me much happier. Like I said before, getting a limit each day was my goal.
Bryant stacking them up, making coals out there with that top water. We're going to look at the highlights so far as we get to this 12 o'clock hour. Day 2. A lot of that going on today.
A lot of that going on, too.
Taylor Watkins. Yes. Taylor quietly making a lot of noise today. Working on a good bag. Taylor Watkins over to Paul Browning.
Jeff Dobson
swinging them in.
Jeff, that little flurry yourself.
Sitting on 4 fish the last time that we checked in with Jeff. Constantly. Went to try to fill his limit with some spotted bass and found some largemouth that invaded that habitat. He said they were in a bad mood, so they go to the bluffs. Look there at the city of Grove and that beautiful shield trophy for stop number 6 that will be hoisted over the winner's head tomorrow. Showdown Saturday, but it won't be the only trophy we hand out tomorrow. We're going to give away that golden shield as well to the Progressive Angler of the Year leader. And if tomorrow's more of the same, it looks like Perkins might coast into that tomorrow.
How, at this point, how can he lose?
Something mechanical, something, and anything's possible, but not make it back to weigh in.
And we have seen that happen this year.
We've seen it happen.
So, I mean, it's...
But he went out and did his job.
The other guys have, yeah, exactly. He capitalized on that momentum, and he went out there and did what he had to do. And like you said, he definitely kept that pressure.
And not only is he doing what he needs to do in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, he's doing what he needs to do to potentially win that shield we just saw in the city of Grove tomorrow on Showdown Saturday here, stop number 6, because in that unofficial leaderboard, he's staying right there in the mix today. It's not just about Progressive AOY for Perkins. It's about bringing home a second trophy. Everybody's jealous of John Hookup Soakup. Everybody wants a second one.
Absolutely.
Perkins almost got one at Winnebago. He wants to leave here with not one shield but 2 shields. And if he keeps it up, it looks like it could be possible on Showdown Saturday for him.
Definitely could be possible, but I think we got some guys out there that just are dead set on not letting that happen. Paul Browning being one of them. Paul Browning is...
Paul Browning, Taylor Watkins, and we're going to take a look at this unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything will become official this afternoon in Grove, Oklahoma at that drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. And unofficially, look, Taylor Watkins on top of that leaderboard. Brandon Perkins in second, Sheldon Collings in third. Bryant Smith, the California kid, my man crush, as you like to say.
Doing work, too.
He's doing work with that top water, making adjustments. It was very cool to hear him mention how he had changed his retrieve up just today off of a mistake. He said he made a bad cast and figured something out there.
Very interesting. Good stuff from Brent.
Lots of changes are taking place today to keep you in contention, though, because like Sheldon and Watson mentioned earlier today, this lake will humble you, and it's humbling a few of our competitors today. Bryant Smith, Paul Browning, James Biggs, another one of those favorites coming into this event that's still hanging around that top 10, and I'm sure will be hanging around going into
He ain't going nowhere.
He's not going anywhere.
He's here to do big things.
He's got a lot of time left today as well. I think he's got a 4:30 check-in, and we're right here at this 12 o'clock hour. So lots of fishing time left to go for James Biggs. David Hoheisel, Jeff Dobson, Derek Blake, our biggest mover of the day, with unofficially a little over 13 pounds, but with a 5-pounder in the box. So a lot of room to grow for Derek Blake, the Tennessee angler, who's 14th in our Progressive Angler of the Year standings for that Nickajack Championship. And he might just live right up the road from Nickajack.
Right?
He's probably looking forward to that one just a little bit. And Texas angler Michael Yoder.
He was one of the guys I talked to pre-tournament saying that he had a tough practice. He said, but he wasn't mad about it. Kind of like Jeff Dobson, didn't mind the tough practice and wanted to get nasty. Expected to only get 10 to 12 bites a day. So he's doing well for himself, man. He's doing good. No shock to me.
I remember you said yesterday he wanted it tough. Well, he got it tough today on day 2. He got it tough out on Green Lake. These conditions are changing, and again, another curveball coming for these anglers tomorrow per Weatherman Fat Cat.
Yeah, per weather Fat Cat, it's going to rain cats and dogs. The way it looks, I don't know. It has a lot of potential to get hairy out there. They're calling for thunderstorms towards the latter part of the day, but they're talking about rain late this evening, early tomorrow morning. So those guys might get a little damp, a little moist tomorrow on the water.
Hopefully that will help that topwater bite, though. A little bit of wind. It could help that jerkbait bite we've seen a lot of guys utilize. We've seen Jeff Dobson cranking a little bit. It helps that as well. So Showdown Saturday is going to be yet another change of conditions and yet another interesting final day. And what a way to end this inaugural regular season than a shootout on Showdown Saturday tomorrow. Grand Lake has been awesome. You're going to want to make sure you join us for the rest of the day. Today we go all the way till 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, and tomorrow morning we'll kick off at 8 a.m. and run till 1 p.m. on Showdown Saturday. You're going to want to keep up with all the action, and we're going to jump back out onto Grand Lake right now, where it's going down, where these guys are fighting to be in that championship field and to win that Progressive AOY. Grand Lake, we're going to get out to our man from Tennessee, Taylor Watkins. Unofficially, our current leader, Taylor Watkins. Made an adjustment late, he was telling me, on day one to sack up over 17 pounds and come in second place to that drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. Steadily been upgrading all day.
Looks like he's fishing a similar pattern to Perkins too, right? Back there on
Very
the docks,
similar.
fishing the backside of them docks with that jig.
Watkins, another one of those anglers that lives dangerously close to Nickajack. I'm sure he's looking forward to that event. Sitting in 5th place, Progressive AOY.
Yes, sir. That's a big one. Come on, baby, stay on. Stay on there, baby. Don't you jump. Don't you jump. Stay on there, baby.
You got it.
Stay on, baby.
She didn't listen.
Yes! Boom, baby! Yes! That's what I'm talking about right there, son. Yes! All right, dude. That's a freaking...
Big Belly Kelly, that's what that
right
is.
there. Yes. Boom, baby. Boom, son.
Giving that camera guy some love. Love seeing it.
That feels so good. So good.
That's an upgrade.
just a slight, it's a slight upgrade. Pretty good trade. He's not mad about it. Pretty good look at all of his fish there. Cookie cutters for the most part, and then he time for the balance beam.
It's interesting watching all the different methods these guys use to call their fish and just to keep track of what's what.
It's definitely not a common theme among two anglers. It's funny to see.
Here we go.
One thing I don't do is I never beam them up high on the back deck because it makes me very nervous. I like to get them over the cockpit of the boat. Work too hard for those bites,
I
man.
saw John Cox do something earlier this year. I think maybe in Eufaula when he was culling, he opened both of his live well lids. The way his boat was, they opened outwards. So they opened outwards, and then he opened his battery lid and closed the back off. So he actually, he actually had like a little cubicle deal. That's signs the man's lost a fish before.
Yes. Well, there's one thing they want to do. They want to get back in that water. They get over these out-of-body experiences pretty quick. They're like, what are we doing? Why am I hanging from this? What's going on? There we go.
All right.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
That's not what you want to hear. What's he doing now? Putting the bigs on one side?
I think he's splitting them up a little bit, giving them room. And trying to decide who's going next because he's planning on catching another 4-pounder.
That's right.
I can tell you right now, if you're coming to Grand Lake, you're going to want to go to Fisherman Central and get you some jigs. Might go to that Omega jig page, get you some Omega jigs.
That's the way it's looking, isn't it?
That's what it looks like. And then if you don't like throwing a jig, just get you some Omega buzz baits as well. You'll be all set. I'd like to thank Omega Custom Tackle for being the presenting sponsor of this final event here in the regular season.
And playing a big role in the top 10. You know,
big role, really
Policini, I'm sure Policini's throwing a mega spinner, but whatever, he jigs, Omega jigs. Dobson's throwing Omega jigs.
Twins. White's just a hair
Twin visuals.
White and then black.
Fat Cat, do you think that the hook on his hat's a spare just in case he runs out, or is that
It's a backup, yeah.
purely for decoration?
It's a backup. I'm sure it is. It's brass, catching shad. Probably barbless.
You probably got 10 on. I probably got 10 now. I thought I had 10 before, but I didn't. I probably had 8 or 9 before. Well, that was probably a 2-pound coil, so 11 and a half maybe. We still got a long ways to go to get to where I want to be, but we still got a long day, and I feel like it's pretty tough. I don't know for sure. They're definitely not biting as good for me today as they were yesterday, but that doesn't mean that they're not biting for everybody else. All we can do is just worry about us. We can't worry about what everybody else is doing. We put 17 on the scales again, and I'll just let them do whatever they want to do. But we're a long ways from 17. I'd be pretty happy with 15. But we need a couple, 2 more like that one right there, and we'll be in good shape.
Good stuff for Taylor. You can tell he's starting to feel it a little bit, putting it together on a tougher day, too, for most of our field. We're going to leave Taylor out there on Grand Lake. We're going to check in with the amazing sponsors that we have here at the NPFL that make this all possible here from the NPFL live studio and out on the water with all these NPFL anglers chasing that $50,000 first place prize at Grand Lake. And we'll see you on the other side for more jigs and docks. Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first Follow event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the bass tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Do I have to? No.
Welcome back to Grand
Hey
Lake.
guys, rough on William today. Every time I think the wind's going to start to blow, then it kind of quits. And the unfortunate thing is that's about the only way I've been able to catch fish this week is with the wind. And just been catching a few short fish, got 3 keepers in the boat. A couple hours to go and just had a bite a while ago, so maybe it's gonna be an afternoon flurry. We hope.
Looking for that afternoon delight. Several of our anglers saw that yesterday. We killed the live coverage at 2 o'clock. There were lots of catching that went down after that.
Absolutely. We're going to see it again today. I was looking through the Way Live app right now and checking things out. And within our top 30, about half the field has a limit right now. I think all that's going to change in the second part of the day. Easy, bud.
All of our anglers are encouraged strictly by me most of the time in person at the weigh-ins to use that Way Live app so we can keep up with the game out there on the water. And you can check that out at tnpfl.com under the Way Live tracker. Most of the guys are liars, so it may not be true.
Well, one thing good, too, about TNPFL, you can go there and see all the photo galleries from all 3 days.
Right.
You can go there and you can watch the round tables that we do. And for you folks at home that don't realize, leading up to the tournament during practice, Sunday evening, Monday evening, Tuesday evening, and a lot of times on Wednesday evenings, we would do what's called a round table, where myself and tournament director Brad Fuller, we bring on 4 anglers. We'll have 2 on each half
I
hour.
wish you could see all the bait right there.
And you can kind of get to know the anglers. You can go back to
Balls of it.
Let me go.
Maybe they moved down here.
But you can go back on our Facebook page and watch all the round tables. It just helps you to get to know the anglers.
Which is crucial in this first
It really
year.
is.
You and I have been getting to know these guys all year.
Yes, we have. And
January.
I'm not going to lie, man, at the beginning of the year, I was overwhelmed. Like, there's no chance. And Will Fletcher's one of the guys I didn't know. And now we're high-fiving and fist-bumping, trading recipes, doing all kind of stuff. I even gave him an Eskimo kiss before I left to come up here. You know what I mean? We're buddies.
I'd say Eskimo kisses qualify as a little more than buddies, but you know what?
Hey, man, listen, I don't know where you're from. I'm from White Oak. We give an Eskimo kiss from time to time.
I'm not here to judge you and your Eskimo ways at all. While Fletcher probably needs therapy from the Eskimo kiss he received from you, we're going to go check in with James Biggs, one of the Grand Lake favorites, who also favorites purple. We need to ask James. There has to be a story behind the purple, you know,
dude.
I wonder if it has a significance.
He can, if his boat was
the
purple with pink polka dots, that dude runs into burning buildings for a living.
That's right.
He can
Fireman.
do anything he wants to do.
That's what you said. It takes a real man to wear.
And I ain't lying, man. He's a bad dude to do what he does for a living and to protect others and put himself at the mercy just to help someone else. That man, I don't care what he wears, what color. Like you said, it takes a real man to wear purple.
But, you know, you have different colors. A lot of times in October we see breast cancer awareness with pink.
Very good point.
Purple may represent something to James and his family.
He could just, like I said.
Or he could just like it.
There we go. I mean, I got a buddy of mine. He's a big fan of purple. Brian Robinson. He loves that purple.
Yeah.
But he also played for the
got
Minnesota
paid to wear it
Vikings.
for a while.
He did.
And to run down quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Shout out
Terrorized quarterbacks. Yep. Shout out. Which was also very close friend of our.
Their fountain this morning.
Another look from James, though. A different look. Spinning rod. We're seeing
There we
him
go. Back and forth.
You know, James started his day yesterday on the backside of some marina docks, but we haven't really seen him pick these marina docks apart like he has. Looks like a little wacky, you know, Nico rig. Which is a great technique around these floats. And those fish, they do. They just sit right under those floats. It's very similar to that. I keep wearing this out, but those bluegill on the bank, it's the same thing in these marinas. Those bluegill will sit right under those little floating piers.
Anybody that's ever been in a marina, around a marina, it's all you see, especially when you're crossing, you're looking out, you always look over the side.
Oh,
I'm going
yeah.
to see something. You always see bluegill
They're
around marinas.
everywhere. He's going in, son.
We're going to start shooting some docks.
getting shot at, one or the other.
All right, now we're
Sees
getting,
he knows there's a brush pile back there. There's no way.
this could get interesting.
Will we see Karen here in this marina show up with the police? That can happen from time to time on a few marinas.
Yeah.
I've had that experience.
Well, especially when you're using their boats for target practice with your jig. You know, ta-dong, ta-dong, ting. Oh, you're not going to see that with James, though. James knows what he's doing. He can cast it. He can put it where he wants it.
There could have been one right there. See how that one slip has a pole in it? That one little pole gives them something vertical to get on.
Knew there had to be something different he was seeing.
9.9% of guys fishing down this row.
That shows me a
Yes,
guy
it
that
does too, but the boat's too far over.
shows me a guy that knows what he's looking for. He's finding those hidden gems. Like he said, a lot of guys drive right past it, wouldn't even pay attention to it.
Yeah, there's no water coming out of that culvert today. Because there's no, I think it only flows when they have the fountain going. I think that's where they recirc some water from.
Biggs got off to a fast start this morning. Had a limit in about an hour. Since then, it's been a little slower for James. He's a guy that yesterday we saw make a big upgrade in the middle of the day with this buzzbait. Actually, this is where he started yesterday. This is the exact, we saw him here with the buzzbait yesterday morning, right on the corner of this pontoon.
Look at
First
you.
thing, yeah, same area.
Rain Man Duncan, who remembering everything. I never would have guessed that. I sat here right beside you and watched that. Never would have known that.
I don't know what that says about me, Fat Cap, but
You
I
got a good
certainly
memory.
appreciate it.
You got a good memory. Not that good of a people person, but you got a good memory.
New nicknames getting dished out all over the place this week. Skinny Dog, Rain Man.
Scumwad.
Scumwad.
There you go.
Doing all right. How about you?
Is cameraman Jake now Scumwad?
He's got company. Somebody's right there watching him.
Karen. She saw him on that boat.
Nah. Ain't no Karens in Grove, man. Not.
Scumwad up on the bank. Biggs is fishing the backside of the marina. I'm getting word that the Skinny Dog himself is caught up with one of our favorites on the NPFL, without a doubt, Mr. Derek Blake. Let's get out on the water to Worldwide.
All right, we caught up with Derek Blake. He's doing real well today. He's got a good sack of fish. He's pretty consistent with that little brown jig bite here that's real popular. He's done well. He's got one over 5 pounds today, which is good fish anywhere, anytime. But he's not particularly looking at any specific spot on the dock. He's catching them on the outsides, on the insides, underneath. He's even made a few flips and catches on the inside, up and over into the stalls where most people won't go. So he's having success today with this. He's got one line burner he said he'd like to get rid of. So, you know, it's still early in the day. He's got a lot of time to do it. You know, one of the things about Derek, I remember fishing the tour against him a few years ago. Dude got all of his stuff, truck, boat, everything stolen in Detroit. So I asked him the other day if he had a boat truck he wanted to get rid of. And he said, "Oh, I do have one." I said, "Well, just take it back to Detroit. They'll get rid of it for you."
Good stuff from
Man.
Worldwide.
And that's why
You
he's
never
here,
know.
right?
Yeah, you
That's
never
why he's
know.
here.
But I was in that event as well as the FLW Tour event on St. Clair, and Derek had his whole family traveling with him, his wife Miranda and their kids, and had his truck and boat stolen. They were hooked up together from the hotel parking lot. Found it. The Detroit police found it. I think like 2 weeks later, everything stripped off of both. It was insane,
mercy.
man. He had to rent a vehicle to come home. Had to borrow a boat from FLW just to fish the event. It was the night before the event. He gets up, goes out to unplug his battery charger and go to the lake to go fishing. First competition day there, gone.
Have
And they didn't get anybody else's, only Derek's. Oh no, cable.
Oh, that was a big one. Oh, he ate it just like you're supposed to. Snapped it.
Brandon Perkins.
Can't do that, man. Oh.
Yeah, starting to see the pressure creep in. I think he desperately wants to win this event. He knows he's got a good AOY lead, but
A little frustrated with himself right there, or just in general. You can hear it in his voice.
That was one of them good bites, like yanked it out of my hand bites. I don't think I ever hit him either.
You got to be cutting and retying a lot when you're fishing around that type of structure, right?
without a doubt. Of course, we heard him say earlier he's using rope.
Yeah, that's true. 25 pounds.
But around these cables and rocks, and there's tons of stuff under it. You know, you got brush under these docks. Some service issues there, I believe, with Perkins. Back over to our day one leader, local favorite, Sheldon Collins.
There's a bunch of eagles up on the shoreline, looks like. Eagles or, what is that? Can you tell? I know it's not eagles, people. Some people don't get my humor. It's crows, swans.
You didn't even give him a chance
What
to
were
get
they?
your humor.
I know. I'm a little gun shy, man. I don't even...
Well, I'm no biologist, but I call those white pelicans.
White pelicans,
I'm
okay.
sure that's not what they're called. But I'm also like Fat Cat. Do not at me with the correct information.
And for the folks at home that don't realize, I'm trying to figure out what it is I'm supposed to be doing right now. So if I say anything dumb, please forgive me. If I talk over the
I'm
anglers.
trying to figure out what to do with his hands. You see him in here talking.
I don't even know. Like, I just figuring this whole thing out.
Doing a great job.
Fortunately,
we appreciate you being here.
Sheldon is not having trouble figuring it out. Leading this thing, still putting them in the box. Fishing more than brush piles.
I think that's most likely what he's doing. Throwing a little crank plug over those. Get that or offshore rock pile too. He's got several of those he's fishing.
That's right.
He's definitely mixing it up today, though. A lot more than we saw on day one.
Uh-oh.
Hooked up.
Right at the boat.
I think that'll help. Hang out, girl. Easy.
Again, great way to go to the hospital. Those trouble hooks.
Hit it right at the boat.
As my boys like to call those.
I'll definitely call that 141 out of there. That's at least a 2-pounder. Where'd I put that scale? I might have put it in here. So I could grow legs and walk off or something?
Eddie Carper came and got it.
Is it a snake? Like, am I looking right at it or something?
Kind of Harry Potter stuff's going on. It's Sheldon's boat right now. Has Watson been close?
Yeah.
To Sheldon?
That's weird. Did I put it back in here?
We're going to have to review tape to find Sheldon's scale. Stay tuned.
Yeah, guys, can you run back the last 4 hours of coverage to help Sheldon? Well, another advantage of live.
Now listen, this could play out. Now he's going to put that fish in the live well. He's looking for a scale.
Can't make a cast.
That's right. We got to be very aware of that.
Well, hell.
Sheldon
What'd I do with it after you handed it to me?
looks for his scales. We're going to
Put it in there.
up our game a little bit here with a 4-box. 4 of our anglers here. James Biggs, Brett Loomis, Sheldon Missing Scales Collins, and Jeff Dobson. Now, is this one of those?
I do the same, like what he's doing right now, I do all the time for the remote, the TV remote.
Of course. It's like when your glasses are on your face and you're like, where are my glasses?
It's like, I know I've seen it somewhere. All right.
I feel better about it now.
Back on track.
Mystery solved. Yeah, he's feeling it.
Oh, he's giggly.
Do you think Piper could have moved it just to mess with him because they're having such a good time out there, maybe?
Damn cooler.
I would have. Biggs.
He's going no man's land right now.
Biggs going small under that bridge.
Oh, I like that. Look at your Biggs going small.
I think we already did.
Copyright Luke Duncan Incorporated. Of course, this is bass fishing where big bass count. I don't think that Biggs going small is going to be a very famous line that takes off. Brett Loomis working some.
The balance beam don't lie.
Marina Docks. That's right. That's the Dudley line right there.
That's it, man.
Yep.
And if anybody would know, David Dudley would know all about that.
Okay. Number 2. Getting rid of number 2.
Biggs just missed one.
So now I need the one I just caught.
Biggs around those jet skis. That's an armada.
That big.
Flotilla of jet skis. It's my nightmare on a Saturday.
I was
to see
about
all
to
those
say,
things
that is
coming at
not,
me.
yeah.
The quality up here is just a lot better. Nope. Clear the scale. Sorry, Dudley.
Dudley's still getting love.
On special assignment in South Africa right now, Dudley.
216 calls out number 2.
The Zimbabwe branch of the NPFL.
You know they're doing some scouting.
You catch up here is a 2+.
So the championship could be next year.
A lot of little ones.
It's got it.
This is going right here. Not in the cooler, Shelby.
Yeah, he's
seen it all.
Caught him so good today he had to put the daggone scales in a cooler. Keep him from melting down.
Yeah,
I forgot to put it in there.
It's a new technique.
Oh, Loomis hooked up.
Brett. 4-box hookup.
Had one.
In the boat.
Could be a keeper. For Brett Loomis.
Brush hog.
Throwing a Texas rig brush hog, sounds like. Brett's sneaky, man. He turns away from us. He doesn't like us to see.
He's not
those.
here for all the glitz and glamour.
No.
That's not why he came to NPFL. He's not worried about that camera in the back of the boat or anything like that. He's here to put fish in that live well.
We got Skinny Dog. We got Brown Dog.
That's right. He's all business.
Got Corey Knoll with a new dog.
That's right, yeah,
Lots of stuff going on out here.
What up, dog?
Little fat spot.
There you go.
How many total do we have now? 3. All right. Getting there.
3 fish.
We needed that one I
Loomis?
lost and that good one this morning at Whopper Plopper.
That is a small little box he has his terminal tackle in. Is that just tungsten?
From Brett Loomis, we're going to go check in with George Angler, William Fletcher.
Still slinging that spinnerbait. Oh.
Short. Come on, guys. Grow up.
Grow up, he said. Go get your mama. Mama and them. Look.
Keep.
Feel like he's found a little wad.
Yeah. And that spinnerbait, we haven't seen many other folks throwing a spinnerbait either.
Taylor Watkins this morning, I think, caught one on it, but other than that, Fletcher's really the only guy utilizing it. Watson in one of his hits there where Kevin Rogers said Kevin was throwing it some.
That's right. Yep. One of the Ozark favorites.
Yeah, if you come to Oklahoma, you better have a spinnerbait in your box.
That's 4. Need one more. And then we need to start culling with the quickness and the speed. I wonder if they moved down here on this flat. My goofy butt hasn't been down here today. Back-to-back cast. I saw a fish bust right here when I was down yonder. Saw him eating on some bait.
Where was he?
Down yonder.
Down yonder, he said. Georgia boy.
That's different from over there.
Down yonder, over there in the holler.
Holla. You can tell Fletcher's focused up today because he is he's one that's never short on words.
No, he's concentrating today.
I think that's a log right there. Look, the fish done come down here, man.
Same
They
point.
just busted again right here. They're not very big, but big ones could be sitting on that point right there waiting on me.
Hooked
There
up.
you go, hooked up. He saw him too, you know what I mean? He saw him up there real shallow, cast it to him.
Thank you, Lord. One more. And we can try for a big one.
So if he sits here and keeps catching smalls, is he supposed to stay there or move? Like, what do you do in that situation? Now, he caught one keeper out of 3 fish.
They'll mix in, especially
if
in
you're
those
around
shad
fish,
like
why
that.
leave? Or-
Yeah. If you're getting bit, man, I think on a tough day, like it has been for most of our anglers, you're doing something right if you're getting bites. But he's seeing these fish active in these shad. You've heard him say he was down the bank, sees them, goes up there, immediately catches, 3, 4 fish and one keeper. I think you gotta fish around and see what happens. And, right now that was his 4th fish, right? So a 14-incher makes you feel a heck of a lot
There
better.
we go. Just getting that fully loaded live one. Making sure you got 5 in the box.
He's going to update us right now on that Way Live app. Thank you, Fletch.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Big Will.
He's a good boy, that Fletcher.
Yeah, he is.
They could have been up here all damn day, and we've been running all over the world trying to find them. And they might just get lucky, and a few are starting to eat up here. You see the shade in the water right there, that's all bait.
Here I'm talking about those pods of shad that moved in.
And that was one of the first things I heard coming into this event, talking to the guys when I was able to go out on the water with them, was just like, man, there's so much bait out there. I don't know why they would want to hit a lure. It's just balls of bait everywhere. I know I've talked about, like, when I was there just watching, you go over a bridge, you saw birds crashing. When you're on the water, it's a lot of stuff going on in that lake right now. A lot of activity, a lot of life. No lack of something to eat on. I can promise you that.
Well, I don't know, on a flat like this, you get those shad up there, and there's also all this bluegill hanging around up there. It can be perfect. It can also be frustrating because they don't have to chase down a spinnerbait.
There we go.
All right, while Fletcher tries to add to that limit, we're going to go check out a video we shot with some of our anglers about their predictions for Grand Lake stop number 6, presented by Omega Custom Tackle. We'll see you on the other side for more live action from the city of Grove.
Somewhere.
Not very good. You know, I've been down here, fished a couple tournaments here in the past, and Grand Lake's always treated me good, but I can get some bites, but it's they're few and far between. 3 baits. It's gonna be a top water, a flipping bait, and 1 on a spinning rod.
If you pick anyone to win it besides you, who would it be?
You know, I'm gonna have to go with one of the local guys, either John Selkup or Sheldon Collings. You know, it's just a safe bet.
How's Grand Lake looking to you?
Beautiful lake, just really tough practice for me. Like, tough. Probably one of the toughest ones I've had.
How do you think it's going to be 1 3 baits that are going to play this week?
I'm sure top water and top water and top water. That would be my guess. I don't know. But I've caught hardly no fish, so what I know.
Who do you think is going to win it?
Probably between Sheldon and John, I would say. I've heard on them being tough here, but they both fished good all year, so I would say it's probably between those two.
Practice has been good and it's been bad, so I don't really know what to expect. I did shook off a lot of fish today, so I'm not sure what the size I'm gonna be catching, but hopefully they'll bite, and it's gonna be a coin flip. 3 baits, definitely a plastic, Texas rig, top water, and a square bill crankbait.
Okay. And if you could pick anyone to win it besides yourself, who would it be?
I would say maybe Carper. So, or Soak Up. I mean, he's on a roll this year, so I mean, he's always a threat.
Practice has been up and down. Yep.
You liking Grand?
I like Grand Lake. It's a really cool lake. You can do a lot of different things here. Shallow to deep, and I'm catching a mixed bag, but it's really hard to get the consistent bite, you know. 1 here, 1 there, it's really hard to pattern.
What's 3 baits you think we're going to play this week?
I think for sure a shaky head, a swim jig, and a top water are going to be 3.
You could pick one person to win. Who would you pick?
Tons of bait.
It's going to be a homeboy, probably somebody that knows what these fish do when it gets tough. So,
Bait, boat ramp bass, coming up.
you know, obviously, I think Sheldon's probably one of those guys I think is just got a good shot as anybody.
See the shadows in the water?
Today was better
See the
than
shady water?
the other 2 days.
That's
I've
bait.
caught keepers every day, not a limit. Today, I think I could have had a limit, but I couldn't catch them. Yeah, I'm hoping, I don't know, maybe the clouds and rain will help. I'm not sure.
3 baits you think you're going to play?
Top water, walking bait, spinner bait, and probably a swim bait.
And who's your pick to win?
Probably John Sukup. He's from here. And if there's an offshore thing, I hadn't figured it out. But
Let's get our 4 squeak, and then
he'll do well
some more
with it.
good.
Hey there, Fisher World Woodshed and Fat Cat Newton coming at you from downtown Grove, Oklahoma. We rolled up to Goodfellas. This is the home of the boss. That supreme pizza that everybody wants. they've got it right here with all the top-end ingredients. They also have homemade ranch. What have you heard about homemade ranch at a pizza joint? Well, Goodfellas has it. You know what else they have? Live music and a patio, Bobby. So get your life right. Come downtown, Grove, Oklahoma, and get you a pizza at Goodfellas. Hey there, Fishing World, we're shaking Fat Cat Dude coming at you from Honey Creek Barbecue. This place is wall-to-wall, treetop tall. About to have a sample of the sample platter. They got the brisket, they've got the ribs, they got the pulled pork, the sausage, nana pudding, baked beans, but they've got more than that. Monday nights, they've got sushi. Friday nights, they've got smoked prime rib, Bobby, and they do an Oklahoma version of a Philly cheesesteak. Instead of using that fake, weird, shaved up meat, they use brisket here at Honey Creek Barbecue. They got a little bit of everything, so make sure you come check them out here at Honey Creek Barbecue, Grand Lake.
So my strategy is just I'm going crazy up here. We've hit everything in the lake today with the boat, with the trolling motor, with the bait. We've hung everything. We finally got some fish working some bait right here. We've caught, I think we caught 4 fish in the last 20 minutes. 1 keeper. I don't have enough service to put it in the phone, but it's just a 14.5. That gives me 4 fish. And I finally relocated the bait that was on this bank about 1/8 of a mile from where it was yesterday. And a few fish were working it, but they kind of quit. I probably, I went around the corner like a great genius, and right after catching those fish, thinking that there might be a good one on that point. So I wasted a few minutes doing that. But hopefully we can scratch out a limit through here, maybe potentially upgrade if they go to biting a little better. You know, I've been wanting clouds and wind all week, and I think these little periods of sun have actually helping me right here, where I thought that it would be better the other way. So, stay tuned.
Barth. I saw it on my 360. There was a piece of wood right there.
2-3. Getting rid of the red bubble. Thank you for playing. Have a great day. Is it bad that a 2-3 is going on the big side? Update the tracker. Did you put me on that one? I appreciate it. You being in the vicinity is automatic? No, you did tell me about the white buzzbait, and I appreciate it. I never throw a topwater either. Three-quarter. Brown, same thing as that fish. It's not that stupid. What? Yeah, I just caught one out of there on a buzzbait. But I did not, hey, if you go back in there to the very back, there's a boat ramp on the right. Hang on. That's a good one. Another good one, Barth. You get credit for that one too? Three-quarter ounce jig. Telling you. Troll off the spot. Thank you, Lord. That's not right. Oh, it's still on. That's why I was like, that's not right. I said it was 413. I was like, my scale's wrong. Blue, 3-4. All right, blue, 3-pounder, 3-4. Pink, yellow. Oh, blue doesn't have one. That's the one I caught on the buzzbait. No? Yeah. Big side. 3-4. There's a piece of wood out here. I saw it in practice. I didn't fish it. I just saw it on my 360. And decided I might check it today because nothing else is working. And that was 2 off that one piece of wood. 11.5. Now we're getting somewhere. Not where I want, but we're trending in the right direction after a really slow morning. Oh, got him that time. He'll keep. He'll keep. I think he will. Uh-oh. I think that'll help. That's her. Yes! Boom, man.
Y'all don't understand how important that fish was right there. I was starting to kind of, I wasn't going crazy. We just cold. Come on, baby. Get in the boat. Maybe.
You hear a lot about that over the
And
years.
it's
here at
also
Grand.
more of that reaction because you're seeing all this balls of bait everywhere.
No moss. You'd think the cloud cover and the cooler temperatures would make them fish freaking bite better, and it didn't. It made them bite worse. For me, anyway. Maybe not the other guys, but definitely for me.
Change your plans at all when you see a flurry like that and then see it shut down?
Well, I mean, the thing about it is I know I'm doing the right thing. It's just a matter of running into the right one. Maybe I shouldn't have came back and fished this water I already fished. I don't know, but I promise you there's a bunch more here. Not just those couple fish hanging out here. Try a little bit lighter one. Maybe with the cloud cover and no wind, they want a light fall.
After throwing those 7/8 and 1 ounces for 2 days, a half feels freaking light. Feels like a finesse jig when half is what I typically throw.
Jeff making those adjustments on the fly. Thinks maybe a different rate of fall on this tougher day. But we just saw Biggs with the 3/4 ounce jig. We've seen Perkins utilize that today as well.
The half would be a little more appealing to the spots, but evidently not.
It's obvious, so that jig is playing a role.
Dobson really not wanting to leave those bluff walls. He's just stuck that with that for the biggest part of the day today.
I'll be honest, I don't blame him. After seeing what he did earlier on him, why leave him? He found something, because we had, we talked about earlier, he was fishing that bridge yesterday and all that, and it seemed like he talked about it. That bridge may have dried up.
Likes that vertical cover.
Exactly. And a lot of the times when we've went to him, we've been seeing him fish corners or points, things of that nature, those type of bluff wall transitions and different things. And he stumbled on some stuff. He made a move early to go try to get some spots just to get that limit. Ended up catching a good largemouth.
Oh, I broke him off. Gosh, dang it. Why? Why did I do that?
Oof.
I don't know if I was over a rock or what. That is crazy.
We touched on that earlier. There's so many things in this body of water.
Literally turned my head and I was looking over here, and when I looked back, my line was cruising off, and I think it was over a rock.
So many things out there that is not friendly for your fishing line. Whether it be the rocks, all the wood, the docks, everything. Not a whole lot of soft cover.
Full combat.
Full combat.
That right, Patman? We were close.
Huh. Man, broke one off yesterday too.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fisherman, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed. And we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Come on, babies. Just give me one 14-inch fish. Just be satisfied. One 14-inch spot.
Uh-oh. That's a big one, dude. Be a bass. Please, God, be a bass. It is a bass. He's coming up. Oh, my God. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Oh, I need you so bad. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on there, girl. Yeah, baby. Come on. Stay on there. Oh, oh, there we go. Yes. Oh, man. Got to keep on grinding, man. Whew. Whew. That's what we're talking about right there, baby. Yes. Thank you, God. There we go, baby. Oh, clear the scale. Just gotta make him bite. Oh, now we got almost a 4-pounder, dude. He don't look like it, but he's fat. 374. Look how bad I'm shaking. Calls out number 4. Just like that, we got almost 14 pounds, boys. Almost a 4-pounder. It's getting late in the day. Oh, that sucker's filled up, ain't he? That's a call. It's a dang call, son. Let's get it. Come on, man. Give me some. Yes. Almost a 4-pounder. There we go. Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is. I about got a hook in my hand, but like I was like, you know what? I need it. I'll take a hook in the hand. Man, if we get wind tomorrow, we'll sit here all day. I promise. Because that little bit of wind we had yesterday made that much of a difference on catching them or not. And it's slick calm right now, and you're still catching 4-pounders out here. Thank you, Lord.
Yep. Time out. I will make sure I don't get that deep with it. Be a not happy.
Yeah, if you hold that prop thing, she'll be able to with it. Unless they put it on there big time, it's not supposed to.
Are you holding the prop then?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, luckily it's not on too tight.
Plus you got it in reverse and it's locked in that way.
Yeah. a second. Okay. I got them stacked.
I had to replace Dad's the other day.
Stack. Oh, you got that? Yeah, don't be posting that one for me.
We were trying to signal you.
No, I know. Yeah, I told him my whole. It's a little better. Yes, sir. I mean, it may be a half-pound upgrade, but it's an upgrade. Good little coil there. I think that's a solid 3. Okie dokie. Stop. Crazy cat. You want to chill out a little bit? Jig strikes again. Finally a 3. I think that. Doggone it, man. Three-pounder. It is nasty looking. I ain't bleeding. Oh, he got a fin in me. Alright. Hold down. Let's figure out the situation. I think green is gonna be the lightest, but I ain't sure. Yeah. Okay. Make sure I ain't got one smaller than that.
work begins when you catch one.
That's right.
When you're catching them like Perkins.
Okay. Now we need to do the next to go. Stay on top of it a little bit, maybe. Blue is the next to go.
Get this booger on. Whew, I'm tired, man.
Bunch of little perch here, which means there ought to be some big bass here eating them.
Together, so
that junk fishing's paying off, man.
Oh, that wasn't a perch.
Swing and a miss.
That was not a perch. He picked it up and swam off with it. Come on.
and dropped it like he had hands. That fish did.
Remind you of your high school football days?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, lots of fumbles.
I can relate.
That is so weird. All kinds of perch bites here, but no perch bites down there. Come on, Grand Lake, just one more.
Yeah, I'm talking about all those bluegill, those perch. There's a reason those fish are on that bluff.
That's right.
They're on the buffet.
And you would say where those perch are, the bass ought to be real close.
Those are just big, easy meals.
That's right. He touched on, hey, they're not over there, but they're over here. That kind of goes into the whole thing we've talked about all this year about you can find 80% of the fish and 20% of the lake.
Oh, yeah. And Grand is a gigantic lake. You can be off by an inch and be off a mile. We'll go from Jeff Dobson and check back in with the Skinny Dog one more time today as we close out this second day here from Grand Lake in our live coverage. Let's go check in with Worldwide on the Water.
Well, it's not been very
boy.
exciting today, according to the live leaderboard. We'll see. We got weigh-in coming in about 3:30 Central Time. You guys tune in and make sure you watch the live weigh-in right here in Grove, Oklahoma, Grand Lake of the Cherokees. It's the final qualifying event for the year. There's a lot on the line. Is that a spaceship? Anyway, would you guys come over here and get me, please? I'm scared of heights and I'm scared of water. Let's go. Come on.
Man, I might have to write these trees off because
Watson.
We're just going to act like that didn't happen.
Man, you could cause me to step my game up. I want to get up in a tree and commentate from a tree next tournament.
I'm disappointed he didn't. I'm disappointed we didn't see a cannonball.
Got kind of rough, and I thought I was coming across the lake running to a different area, and the wind started blowing, and or blowing into this area that I've been fishing, and I really thought the fish would be active, but it has not worked out just quite yet.
Paul Browning working that shallow
Looks
tree
really good.
program.
I don't know what the deal is. The fish just ain't not as aggressive, it don't seem like. But I liked how the wind was blowing on this stuff again. We just had another competitor pull up on my trees over there, so we're gonna fish this big one and get out of here, I reckon.
You hear that?
Go
on
there.
his trees.
How much weight do you think you have?
I sit on about 13 pounds. They were saying 15 a day to win it, so I'm close. I need to get that. I need to call one more time, I think, and at least get to 14 and a half. I'd be happy with that. I'm happy with what I got, as tough as it's been on me today, though. Still got a couple hours left of fishing, so I can still catch a good one. Cold with, so we'll just keep going with what we're doing. I'm gonna run back to where I caught that 4-pounder yesterday. Hopefully some fish pulled on it. Then after that, I think I'm just gonna go fish some stuff I haven't really been fishing, just to get away from fish that's been beat up. I think I need to go find some new fish. This is getting too much pressure.
He said his trees.
That's right.
You noticed that.
It seems I'm sharing the same water with the top 10, so I think I need to move and adjust a little bit more.
If you're around the top 10, they're in the top 10 for a reason. You're in the right place, it sounds like.
How much time you got left?
I ain't really sure, to be honest with you. A couple hours. 1:40. Yeah, I got a couple hours.
There's going to be a fish right here. If one don't live there, I don't know what to tell you, man. Look at that.
I don't think there's one there because all those white pelicans ate all of them.
A lot of pelicans.
That's not a flock, that's a herd. That thing looks like me trying to run. It can't even fly. It's so full of bass. So moving and shaking going on.
Man. A lot of guys thinking the same thing he is, thinking about moving. Having that midday lull. Saw some cool stuff yesterday, man. Paul Browning got up on stage, brought his boy up on stage with him. They both held fish up. It was cool to see that. That's what a good thing about watching our weigh-ins. It's a family
Water
affair.
conditions in this area is really good. It's still kind of stained up a little bit, so I don't know why I ain't catching them, to be honest with you. I ain't got no idea. Watercolor's perfect. It's not I like mud, but it's not mud and it's not green, clear water, so it's really good. About 8 inches of visibility, maybe. It's the kind of water I like. But the key here is the wind. The wind's blowing on it, so it's got the shad, moving with it, pushing them in. So the fish should be here. I just don't think they're locked on the wood like they have been. Yeah, this ribbon I got here that I'm wearing, it's for Donnie O'Neill and Skeeter Fowler. We lost them after the last event in Wisconsin due to COVID, and I didn't know them guys personally. I met them, I just didn't know them. But it sucks. I mean, I don't want anybody to lose their life over a silly virus. I mean, it's pretty crazy. But the ownership group did a really cool memorial deal yesterday with them, for them guys. I'm sure some of the guys here really know them well. I never had the opportunity to meet them guys. There's still guys in this league. Like I seen first day of practice, and I'm like, who's this guy? Don't even recognize him. It's just hard to meet everybody. Yeah, it was a really good ceremony. They, with the boats and the way they did it, bagpipes, that was really cool.
More about that family. We are a family. We lost 2 members of our family, Donnie O'Neill and Skeeter Fowler, since our Winnebago event.
It's a hard loss, man.
Sheldon's going to catch him. There ain't no doubt. I really feel like he's probably going to have 15 today. I think with the bite being slow, he's just too much lake knowledge. I mean, he's probably put brush piles in this lake behind docks that, that only he may know about, or locals know about. That it's hard for us guys that don't fish the lake as much as they do to find that stuff, and may have a little point with a rock pile or something on the end of it that you just don't see. So local knowledge is always a big plus, but then again, local knowledge, you get too much in your head, try to run every spot you got, and you just don't catch them. So I feel like he's going to catch them. I feel he's probably got the best shot to really catch a big bag out here over anybody else. I think Sukup could catch him big, but he's going to chase him with the live scope if he does.
Good stuff from Paul Browning right there, and he's got a little cup of John Policini.
Oh.
And we're going to go over and check on Taylor Watkins, another one of our anglers in the top 10 in Progressive AOY.
Having a great tournament.
Great tournament. We saw there from Browning before we cut away, Policini's also in the top 10. I guess that's what he's talking about, and I'm sure Will Fletcher must be in that same area too.
Yep. Oh.
Whoop. Hot potato.
Not going to make the team.
Not going to make the team.
Ow. You little sucker.
Friendly fire.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's like you got me, now I'm going to get you
That's
back.
right, yeah. No, it's funny though, seeing the Brown and Policini and Fletcher all in the same area. They fish the same way, that skinny, flat, shallow, power stuff. We see Taylor still doing what he's been doing, man, over here on these docks. Why fix it if it ain't broke? He's sticking to it.
And it's going to have him in a really good position going into that showdown Saturday tomorrow. Right now we got 4 or 5 guys with a solid chance. That last call from Sheldon really, really helped.
That was a big fish.
That
was an important fish for him, I think. You could see it in him. He was shook up, man. He knew how much that fish meant.
Well, even further than that, it shows you what this event means to him. To win at home. We saw it with Perkins. The Sheldons do.
And you can hear the crowd in the background. I think that crowd's going to get a whole lot bigger tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be out there in some ponchos if it's raining, if Sheldon's got a chance to take home that shield.
Yeah, he comes from a strong support system, man.
Unofficially, of course, Taylor Watkins sitting on top.
He's going back and forth, isn't he?
You can do that in plenty of these pockets and creeks on Grand. So many docks on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Watkins chasing down that shield. Unofficially in first place, but everybody wants to hoist that beautiful NPFL trophy at the end of Showdown Saturday. All of our top 10. There it is right there.
Oh, yes, sir.
But you see some more of those Grand Lake Pelicans right over there in the background, out of focus.
Good eating.
They're trying
Good
to
eating from what I hear. That's what Watson
slide
was
up
telling
on
me.
that trophy as well. The shield right there. Hey, look, I think we've got the coolest trophies in the game.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
You gotta be a grown man to hoist them trophies though. It ain't no Mickey Mouse little plastic chrome stuff. I think weigh about 87 pounds. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I won't even touch it. I won't even try to pay. I don't want to pay it. I don't want them taking it out of my
I'm not sure you
paycheck.
can hold it up. That's
Definitely. We're going to give away not one of those here, but two of those. The special Golden Shield that goes to that Progressive Angler of the Year, and we have seen Brandon Perkins.
Should they go ahead and put his name on it right now?
You know, you and I were talking.
We're trying to tease things and tease things.
You and I saw a little something on the unofficial leaderboard a little earlier. Keith Carson kind of mixing it up a little bit this afternoon in the standings.
Unofficially has moved up into that 8th spot.
So,
wow. And who was surprised, though? After seeing how he's fished all year, he's been that sleeper. He's like, hadn't hit on much, and all of a sudden comes in with a fat old sack of meat.
No doubt about it. Keith's never out of it, just like John Sokol. But let's take a look at those unofficial top 10 standings from that Way Live leaderboard presented by the Big Bite Challenge. And unofficially, Taylor Watkins from Tennessee sitting up top. Brandon Perkins, another Tennessee. What is the deal with these Tennessee?
And they're fishing basically the exact same way.
Absolutely. We have a great variety of cover on the Tennessee River where these guys fish. A lot of boat docks, so there's something that they're used to, and rocks. We have a lot of rocks, a lot of docks on that Tennessee River. So
rocking and docking.
Taylor Watkins and Brandon Perkins. James Biggs, who we've seen make a huge charge this afternoon.
Big charge.
And he said he found a tree in practice. We saw him on it. He caught 2 good fish back-to-back off of a tree that he found on his 360. Was able to capitalize on that today. Another guy, though, that we've seen moving and shaking today, changing up entirely from what we saw on day one.
Absolutely. And dealing with issues now. We're going to see how those issues he's dealing with, those mechanical issues, dealing with having to switch props. How is that going to play a role into his mindset moving forward? Is that going to spin him out? Is he going to start second-guessing or trying to catch up, making up for that lost time working on the boat? It's going to be interesting.
Seeing that is certainly a reminder, though. The reality is what happens when you're out there on the water. Anything goes.
That's right.
In a bass boat on a lake with this much cover, shallow cover, floating logs, anything can happen. So that's why I say with this Angler of the Year race, they got to They got to get back. They got to get back on time because there are penalties for weight. But we're going to take a look again. The unofficial leaderboard: Paul Browning in 4th, Sheldon Collings slipping to 5th, but I think Sheldon's got a little bit more weight than that unofficially at 28 pounds, and he had 19 yesterday. He said he had 14 earlier. So we're going to put Sheldon on up that board, probably in the lead, I would say. I think it's Sheldon's tournament right now on day 2. Taylor making some calls, though, and did yesterday afternoon, too. So still a lot of time left for all of our guys, but Taylor Watkins can still take over that day 2 lead.
How about your boy, Bryant Smith?
Bryant Smith hanging around there. Your boy, David Hoheisel in there, but Keith Carson,
man,
he was only 4 points behind Perkins coming in right there. It's knotted up.
I'm not going to lie, man. I almost counted him out. I don't want to say I counted him out, but I wasn't expecting to see Keith Carson in 8th spot.
If Perkins was to have a bad day tomorrow, Keith has a great day. I don't think it's over.
No.
It's not over.
No, especially like you said, after seeing what happened to Biggs and his prop and everything, anything's possible. So you are right.
And of course, he's got to finish 4 spots ahead of him there. But Jeff Dobson, one of our local favorites, in 9th place. But he's only got 4 fish, so room to grow today as well. And then the big mover of the day, another Tennessee angler, Derek Blake in 10th place with a 5-pounder today. Unofficially, a little over 13 pounds. Still a lot of time on the clock to upgrade that.
And got to hear a cool story. James Watson put him on blast about how all of his stuff stolen in Detroit.
He did indeed get wiped out at Lake St. Clair a few years ago. But that unofficial top 10, of course, will become official at that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon with Big Al McCullough in the city of Grove, Oklahoma. And they have been an absolute wonderful host for us here at the NPFL this week. And we want to thank the city of Grand for making this happen, letting us come to that Wolf Creek launch. Such
Awesome
an
place.
Amazing facility to have a big tournament like this out of, and we certainly appreciate it. And Grand Lake is showing off. Will we see, you know me, got to put you on the spot, got to put you on the spot right here, the folks at home watching. We had surprises yesterday. We didn't think Sheldon had 19.
Oh, absolutely
Shows up with 19, right? When we went off the air, he had 14, similar to what he's estimating now. Will we see another shocker at that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon?
Oh, yeah. The guy sitting in 8th place right now, unofficially, that Keith Carson guy, he's got that momentum, man. He's here on a mission. I think that's one guy you're going to see make some moves, too. It caught me off guard seeing him move up like that, man. He found him. Everybody should be scared that's in front of him right now. I can promise you that.
And see, of course, all of our anglers, they don't know what's going on. So right. Brandon Perkins, he's comfortable. Now, he has a great weight advantage over Keith right now. You know, he's several pounds ahead. So he's got some cushion. But, man, he cannot have a bad day tomorrow if Keith gets back in this top 10. And how awesome would it be? Of course, we cover our top 10. The guys in the top 10 on our live here. We got 10 cameras going out tomorrow. How awesome would it be to have on Showdown Saturday, not only the showdown for the Shield for the regular season, but also have Keith Carson on one of our 10
AOI.
to have that progressive AOI play out in front of us on live tomorrow.
Son,
you can't script it any better.
Storm. And speaking of storms, we could see some storms tomorrow on the water at Grand, couldn't we?
That's what we're hearing from Weatherman Big Cat.
Well, I'm just going by Weatherman app on my phone. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at that, and it's looking like over 60-some% chance of rain and possible storms. So it could get a little hairy out there.
We'll see what it does to the bite, because all these guys, it's been slick calm today. And that's, as fishermen, typically what you do. If the wind's not blowing, you won't wind. If it's blowing, you don't want wind. If it's cloudy, you
always
want sun.
what you don't have.
Absolutely. We are all just never satisfied. That's just the one thing you can say. But one thing is for sure, Big Cat, the Showdown Saturday is going to be just that. The final Showdown Saturday of the regular season kicks off in the morning. We're going to be right here at 8 a.m. Central Time, TNPFL.com. You can catch all the live action. You can look at the Way Live leaderboard app, and then we will go to that final weigh-in in the city of Grove and officially see who's going to be that
you get to watch
6 champion.
Big Al McCullough, bring the boom. Great weigh-ins. Should be good times. I want to put you on a spot real quick. Who's somebody that you thought you would see in that top 10 on day 2 that you don't see in the top 10?
John Soko.
Yep, true story. Easy answer.
Yeah, I thought John would be in it after day 1,
sure.
And I thought he would still be in it after day 2. You know, he's just one of those guys that in this area, I just really thought this would be the tournament. But that hometown curse is real. We haven't seen it with Sheldon, but it can definitely get to some guys. And the pressure of the Angler of the Year. But one thing's for sure, Showdown Saturday is going to be a good time, and we want to see all of you there on NPFL Live tomorrow. We thank each and every one of you for joining us today. For myself, Luke Duncan, and the Big Cat, Skinny Dog, James Watson out on the water. We will see y'all tomorrow.